All right, looks like Amy might still be a few minutes, so I'm going to call the meeting to order. I'll read the legal notice. We've got some administrative things to take up front as usual, and then hopefully they'll be along. Okay. So good evening, everyone. We'll call the meeting to order. Town of Wakefield Board of Appeals for December 15th, 2021. We'll start with a roll call of members. Jim McBain.
Here.
We know Chip and Amy aren't here yet. Joe Pride.
Here.
Tom Lucy.
Here.
Greg McIntosh.
Here.
Mike Steele.
Here.
You. And we'll make note, assuming Chip and Amy do make their way in, we'll acknowledge them when they're there. We'll now go to the reading of the legal notice. Consistent with the governor's orders extending certain provisions of the open meeting law, every effort will be made to allow the public to view and or listen to the meeting in real time. Persons who wish to do so are invited to click on the following link. If you do not have a camera or microphone or your computer, you may use the following dialing number: 1-301-715-8592. Pause just for a second. I needed to start the live transcript. There we go. This meeting will be audio and video recorded. In compliance with the Americans with Disability Act, this location is accessible to people with disabilities. Wakefield provides reasonable accommodations and or language assistance free of charge upon request. If you are a person with a disability and require information or materials in an alternate format, or if you require any other accommodation, please contact the town's disability coordinator, William Renaud, town engineer, at 781-246-6308, as far in advance of the event as possible. Every effort will be made to grant your request. Advance notification will enable the town to make reasonable arrangements to remove an accessibility barrier for you. Item 1, continued hearings. Item 2, 22-27, 22-28, Warren W. Magoon and Grace C. Magoon, application for a special permit under Article 4, Section 190-22A1F of the Wakefield zoning bylaw to add an accessory apartment to a single-family dwelling. Application for a variance under Article 10, Section 190-66 of the Wakefield zoning bylaw from the requirements of 190-22A1F related to a proposed accessory apartment. The property is shown as map 3, lot parcels B7A plus of the assessor's map and is located at 27 Outlook Road. Item 3, 22-29, 50 Emerson Street LLC, application for a special permit under Article 6, Section 190-32G2 of the Wakefield zoning bylaw to convert a two-family dwelling into a three-family dwelling. The property is shown as map 11, lot parcel 58K of the assessor's map and is located at 50 Emerson Street. Item 4, 22-30, 22-31, Elite Metal Framing and Construction, Inc., application for a variance under Article 10, Section 190-66 of the Wakefield zoning bylaw from the requirements of Sections 190-9 and 190-31 and Table 2 of the Wakefield zoning bylaw related to a proposed two-story professional or business office building. Application for a special permit and site plan approval under Article 7, Section 190-36C of the Wakefield zoning bylaw to allow for the reductions in the requirements and or standards for off-street parking and loading related to a proposed two-story professional or business office building. The property is shown as map 39A, lot parcels 32BC of the assessor's map and is located at 611 Salem Street. Item 5, 22-32, Stephen J. Elwick, application appealing the cease and desist order from the building inspector dated November 3rd, 2021. The property is shown as map 32, lot parcels 53B, 53BB, 53BD of the assessor's map and is located at 383 Water Street, Board of Appeals. Okay. I see Amy and Chip. So Amy, are you with us?
I'm here.
I'm
Sorry.
here finally, Dave.
Zoom had to do an update.
Yeah. Okay. Well, welcome. Glad to have you. We just proceeded with the administrative items up front, and been a while since I read the legal notice, so happy to do it. But welcome for the record, Amy Wall and Chip Tarbell. You here?
Yep.
Welcome, Chip, and thank you. So we have a full quorum tonight. So let's proceed with a few other administrative matters up front in case people are here for certain matters. From letters from Attorney Brian McGrail dated today, December 15th, regarding SGD Management Group LLC at 97 and 99 Water Street, Wakefield, case number 21-43 and 44. Requesting that this matter be continued one last time until your meeting on January 12th, 2022. While we anticipated that the revised plans would be ready for tonight's meeting, that is not the case, and that the architect was unexpectedly delayed. I have been assured that the revised plans will be ready to submit in time for your meeting on January 12th. Thank you for your consideration.
I move that we continue this to January 12th, unbelievably 2022.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? All right. Regular voting members, Chip,
Yes.
Amy,
Yes.
Jim,
Yes.
Joe,
Yes.
and I vote yes. Okay. Can't wait to January 12th, Brian. Second one from also from Attorney Brian McGrail dated today, December 15th. Nicole McShane, 34 Payon Boulevard, Wakefield, case number 22-10. Mr. Chair, I've been retained by Ms. McShane on the above referenced case. I have determined that there is also a need to file a variance application, which I'll be submitting in the near future. Thus, I'm requesting that this matter be continued until your meeting on January 26th, 2022, so that when the variance application is filed, the cases may be consolidated and heard at the same time.
I move that we continue this to January 26th, 2022.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion on this motion? Regular voting members, Chip,
Yes.
Amy,
Yes.
Jim,
Yes.
Joe,
Yes.
and I vote yes. So that too is unanimous. If anyone's here for 34 Payon Boulevard, that will be heard January 26th. And I believe the last one, also from Attorney Brian McGrail, dated today, regarding 383 Water Street, Wakefield. Applicant is Steve Olwick, case number 22-32. This was one of the new ones on the agenda. Mr. Chair, this office has been recently retained by Mr. Olwick. On behalf of my client, I respectfully request that the Board of Appeals allows the above referenced pending application to be withdrawn without prejudice at this time. It is my understanding that this matter is being referred to the Wakefield Town Council. So this was on our agenda, but has been determined, and I've spoken to Mr. Mayo, and it has been reviewed by our town council, Tom Mullen, that this matter belongs in front of the town council, not in front of the Board of Appeals, even though it was an appeal of a building inspector decision. The nature of the subject matter needs to go to the town council. So that's just for folks' understanding. So,
So I move that we withdraw this without prejudice.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion or follow-up questions on this one? Okay, regular voting members. Chip,
Yes.
Amy,
Yes.
Jim,
Yes.
Joe,
Yes.
and I vote yes. So if anyone's here for that new matter, I believe it has been targeted for the January 10th town council meeting, but I would check the website and future notifications on when it appears on their agenda, but that is what I believe the plan is, if you're interested in this matter. Okay. So with that, our first continued hearing of the evening is 21-37, Crescent Commons Development LLC at 44, 46, and 48 Crescent Street.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the board.
Hi, Brian.
For the record, Attorney Brian McGrail, representing Crescent Commons LLC. With me tonight are Joe and Steve Bocelli, also Peter Sandors and his team from Phoenix Architects. Since the last meeting with your full board, we've had the opportunity to have at least 2 subcommittee meetings that I think were very productive. I believe that the subcommittee at this time is pleased with the latest, and I think hopefully the final architectural plans, but that will be up for your board to determine. And certainly the subcommittee members, I'm sure, will speak for themselves on this matter. We appreciate their time, work, effort that they put into this. It's been a lot. And thank you for working with us on this as subcommittee members. Last week, I submitted these revised architectural plans to your full board through Ms. Conroy. We also submitted an updated site civil plan, which is basically the same. There were just some, what I will refer to as de minimis changes that were made to match the final revised architectural plans, and also a final drainage report. The town engineering department is in the process of completing its review of the site civil plans and the drainage study. We're in contact with them, answering questions that they have and addressing any questions that they have also. So they have not issued a final report to your board. I think it's reasonable to say that that will happen for your meeting on January 12th. Also, per the chair's request, we had a subcommittee meeting focused only on possibly incorporating conditions and provisions of the Tarrant Lane comprehensive permit decision that was issued by this board, and also other matters such as updated waivers. That Tarrant Lane decision was worked on hard by board member McIntosh and Wall during the approval of that. We did determine, as the chair suggested, we might, or I should say the subcommittee members determined that there were a lot of conditions, probably most of them, that would be appropriate to incorporate into this decision. So basically, in the event that the board is satisfied with the latest revised architectural plans that you're going to see tonight, then our request would be that we be directed to finalize the site civil matters with the town engineering department, and then work on a draft decision with the subcommittee for presentation and consideration at the board's next meeting on January 12th. And I think the subcommittee members at our last meeting thought that that would be a good approach, a good avenue to take. As I said, I would rather this public hearing not be closed out until everything was in order in the minds of the board before it would be closed out. So we're happy to extend the time to accommodate that to happen. With that said, Mr. Chair, if I may, I would like Peter Sandors to perhaps have an opportunity to share his screen to present the revised architectural plans.
Thank you. Sounds good. And Peter, you should have the ability to share.
Okay.
Welcome.
I believe you can all see it now, can you?
Yes.
So as Brian had said, we've been working the last several weeks to coordinate the floor plans, the elevations, the details, the parking, the grading. We spent some time as well with just to be prepared with structural engineer to review the building so that we made sure we had plenty of room in terms of height for structure. But what you're looking at here is what we determined would be the rendered final elevation, which shows blue, gray, and dark gray color scheme, white windows, dark gray roof. You're seeing our work on column design, stone at the base of the columns. We started to talk about signage. As I scroll through, you'll see we've called out materials, we've called out the railings, we've started to call out a lot of details up inside the building, how this actually gets put together. This is something we didn't have before. This is the Crescent Hill side rendered. This was done so that we could see how the colors traverse the corner. So you go from the Crescent Street to Crescent Hill, and again, how the breakdown of the colors helps break down the building facade. The darks, the lights, the depth of the building, all taken into consideration. You can also see that grading is taken into consideration here, where it wasn't before. We re-included, I don't remember if you guys saw this or if this was just in the subcommittee, but this was a color scheme that we showed early on with green variations. We as a team decided to go with the blue and gray variations, but we did include this just as part of the whole packet as an alternate. Here we're seeing the upper level parking, which is accessed off of Crescent Hill. A fair amount of work was done at this level to allow us to remove one stairway to get the parking at the number that it needed to be, which was he had proposed, which is 70. As this got more real, and by that I mean, rise and runs of stairs, egress, distances in hallways, this is much tighter. So we had to remove a stairway, which we had reviewed by our code review consultant and were able to do. So now this coordinates tightly with the architectural plan above. This is the, I'm sorry, that was the lower level parking. This is the upper level parking, which it comes off of Crescent Hill. But the same conditions here. You can see that stairway is back that goes up through the building. The apartments that sit in the back. We did a reversal of how it was originally laid out and located the gym on the opposite side. This is based on how grading and amount of windows. Same counts as we had before. Nothing's changed that way, but we did some reconfiguration inside the building here. The upper levels, everything remains the same. It's just that they're much tighter, and the coordination between these plans and the elevations now is very tight, so that if you're seeing a balcony, there truly is a balcony. If you're seeing a window, there truly is a window. That, just as we worked through it, got tighter and tighter. Here we're seeing the third floor, and finally the fourth floor. Here we're showing the HVAC units, which are hidden behind the upper mansard roof. That's at 42 inches. These are approximately 30 inches. We did provide access for maintenance to those from the building. We're still maintaining the exterior amenity up on this level, have access from a common hallway. And again, just the coordination of keeping the units tight. Here we're looking at the CAD architectural drawings of the front elevation, Crescent Street. And here you're seeing, we spent a fair amount of time on detailing the roof, the dormers, the overhangs, the brackets, the details, the trim and the banding that happens horizontally to break the building vertically, location of the signage. We started to incorporate exterior lighting on the building, which further in the packet will tell you what that lighting is. Here we're showing the stone and the foundation, the grades as it comes down the hill. Same as we go up Crescent Hill, you're seeing those variations. Here on the right side and the rear, working with how the grades work around the building. These units have access to the exterior. On the lower side and the right side, showing the venting to the parking garages, showing the man doors that access the building, showing the garage door that gets into the building, and again, balconies where they have it above. This drawing, the sectional cuts through the building, a lot of this was coordinated in the subcommittee, talking about nailing down how large the overhangs are in the mansard, the swoop of the roof, how the brackets integrate, how there's several different changes in how that roof is built. This is section AA, which shows one where a dormer comes out of the roof. This is section BB, which shows where a window insets into the roof. Section CC, again, an upper dormer, but at a different level. And finally, the last one, which I can't see, but I'm sorry, I didn't mean to jump like that. And finally, section CC, which shows a cut, I believe, at the balconies. Down below, in the lower part of this drawing, are all of the these details blown up so that we can see dimensionally how these pieces are built. So this is actually part of the construction drawings, but embedded now in the design so that we can see how overhangs are done. If it is 2 feet, where it's 1 foot at a door, where there's a small, cap to keep water off, how that's built, how the balconies are inset, how they're drained, how the details are done at the porch in terms of the dental work and the moldings, and finally the columns at the entry where the stone veneer is, how the columns are set, footings underneath. This elevation starts to call out all the materials, the roofing material, the Harvey windows, the Hardy plank siding, the trim, all the trim details, the Vipon brackets that are used. all of it, all the stone. This, we also brought down to the building department actual samples to see the real colors in the field. Here are the different window configurations and the trim that's proposed around those windows, called out dimensionally and also architecturally how they're drawn. Next page, calling out the hardy plank siding, the three variations, the stone, the roof, the 5-pond brackets, the dental work, the columns, the railing trim, the railing detail at the balconies and the porch. This was the alternate siding. Here's an example of the laser cut signage that we were proposing on the face of the building. The architectural louvers to be used to ventilate the garages, the recessed lighting that's happening at the porches when you enter, the Harvey Classic window, the lighting in the landscape, the lights, the sign, the lighting, excuse me, the lanterns on the side of the building, which are now called out on either side of the garage door. The next page, the garage lighting inside, the doors to be used at the apartments and the entry to the building, and the garage door itself, both high and low, to enter the building. Pretty much, that's the package.
Okay, thank you, Peter.
Welcome.
Pete, can you go back to the, I guess, the main elevation?
Yep.
The first page. Thank you, Peter. So, Mr. Chair, I'm sure you want to hear from the subcommittee. I just can't stress the work that went into this. Peter has hours and hours and hours into this. And I think, I've been involved in 40B projects throughout the Commonwealth. I don't think you're going to see a building that has gone through the design parameters that this building has, with the details, the cuts, the curved roofing. And it's also, it's not an inexpensive building to build. There's a lot of details on this, which are going to be fairly costly, but the Bocellis are committed to do it. So that's our presentation on this part of it. And I'm sure you might want to hear from your own members instead of me.
So
Absolutely. So yeah, Jim and Amy, do you want to start? And then if there's any other questions, we can proceed. So,
Amy, you want to take this first shot?
I can. So I'm off mute, right? Yeah, okay.
yes,
So like Brian said, we've gone through an extensive a bit of work with this building. We've kind of touched on all the sides. We've touched on the colors. We've touched on, locations of things and, where it's windows or that's the set, I forget what it's called, the set in with the balcony, not the balcony, but the railings on them. It's just, the team has been very perceptive to what we've been asking and has been doing, everything. I think this is it was funny, they showed two color sets, this one and the green one that you saw. And I first liked the green one and now I'm leaning more towards the blue one. Jim first liked the blue one and then started leaning towards the green one. So we're kind of, setting back, I think, to the blue one, but we wanted to hear what everybody else thought too. I think that, as much as, I've said my piece about this building, but at this point it is, this is where we're at. So I think that this is the way the project I would like to see go. Otherwise, who knows what's going to happen, but I think that they've done a nice job and they've really listened to myself and Jim throughout the process. So
thanks,
we've
Amy.
had-
Jim? Yep, go ahead.
we've had 10 subcommittee meetings basically on this project. And to shape and form the massing of this thing. And as anybody can go back several meetings back, the top floor basically has really been cut back and it almost forms like two wings on either side of the main section. What doesn't show up as well maybe in this is the 3D nature of this, where in fact that center section, the end sides basically pull out ahead of the other pieces. Basically, same thing happens in a more extreme on the Crescent Street side. So the building is only probably 50, 60 feet, when in fact there's a lot more because it's way in the backyard. So the work that's happened here was been very good with both the client and the architect basically on this project. I think we're very, very happy. And we have a package, I think, at this point that I feel is very acceptable, fits in with the town of Wakefield, basically in my mind, and at the same time mitigates I think the concern about guest parking, because the guest parking basically going to be on the far right and only on the left side off Crescent Hill. Basically, you're going to get parking by the tenants. And then they'll go right in the garage, basically direct. So we solved a lot of problems along the way. We provided architectural treatment on this that basically is very pleasant. It's not modern. It's meant to be basically put a little bit of age to it, basically, so it looks like it belongs in the area. This type of roofing is on that street already. So I think this has come out very well. I'm very pleased. It's taken a long time, but here we are. It's up to the board now to sort of put their 10 cents in it. And that's why we have the green concept, basically to show you what we looked at one time. And as Amy says, we both of us flipped back and forth on what the color should be. So we did throw that in there. So if anybody wanted to talk about the color, they could. All the details are in this thing like we would get normal in a package. So I think at this point, the architectural package is pretty much closed, short of comments from others basically on the board. So I leave it at that.
Thank you, Jim and Amy. Other board members, comments or questions?
Mr. Chairman, I have a couple. First of all, I think the work that's happened on this for the type of project that has been tremendous, and I thank Jim and Amy for doing it, as well as Peter and his team. But I do have a question, and I guess I'd like to know how you got there. If I'm looking at a Victorian flared building, on the porch, if you may, I don't think you'd find stone base to the pillars. I think you'd find pillars going all the way down to the base. And I don't know that you'd find cobblestone or the type of stone being the veneer being proposed, both for the chimney, the base, and for I think this dates it. I think it dates it into like 2021, 2022, because a lot of buildings now are getting this veneer as well. I would love and just to hear how you guys came up with this, or was there other veneers contemplated, possibly like a slab granite veneer or something that would date it to be more of the era that the dental detailing is, that the roof is, that the windows are?
Well, I think what it is borrowing a bunch of things, basically. It's not strictly Victorian or Victorian elements, just like there are, like you point out, there are more modern elements. Did we study other rocks? No, we didn't. All right. And I quite frankly don't mind the mix, basically, as trying to be a retrofit back to the turn of the century, basically. But I do like the fact that it gives some of that accent to the neighborhood or to the area, and sort of a nod basically to that sort of architecture, basically, but not strictly having to adhere to it is where I'm at this point. So.
And I like that you thought it was a chimney, because that's what we were trying to make it look like. That's actually the elevator shaft.
Right, it would be in a 4 fireplace Victorian, that would be the chimney. So you did
Right.
well. But I'm just questioning the stone choice. And by the way, that's getting really picky. And as far as the colors, I think you've got 2 good ones, and could be either. I kind of like the green because we haven't done a lot of green in town. We do a lot of blue and gray and shades thereof. So the green would be different. But I think both work. So if you wanted an opinion, I'd probably go green during this 5 minutes.
Can you flip to the other one just so maybe we can get a sense, because we're staring at this one. Just, I think it's on a couple pages. Yeah.
There you go. Yep.
You know, to me, that's just different.
Well, it's different and it's also more ancient in color, basically. It's an older color.
Which
Are
is
these-
maybe what I'm seeing in the building as well.
Do we think those represent it? You know, sometimes printers and like, do we know that that's, you know, that it's not end up going to be something brighter or just, you know, a green that we wouldn't necessarily think fits there?
Well,
If we were to go that way.
but those samples are down at the site. I will
Yep.
tell you, the dark green is actually the original color, basically, of my house. It's under the white paint.
Well, that's certainly a reason to go blue.
The only thing that throws me off now about this, because like I said, I originally loved the green. I just don't love the gray that's on the bottom. I think it's got the colors are I can't think of the word I'm looking for right now. Oh my God. But it's like it's opposite the color wheel. So the colors they're fighting against each other, the undertones of the two colors. And I don't know if you guys see that or not, but I think if we went with the green, I would want to change that bottom dark gray to something with a green undertone.
I myself like the blue, so I guess we're still split here.
Yeah.
Is it worth, if I may, putting up for everybody the original design? Does someone have that handy, or just to see how far it's come?
Oh, gosh.
I'm just throwing it out there. I don't know if someone had it handy. I don't even think I have it handy. It might be on a different computer. I'm just curious if it's worth throwing it out there for other.
Peter, do you have it?
Peter has thrown it out, Joe.
I'd have to be high tech and go on my server and bring.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's not a big deal.
Download.
I just figured maybe someone in the public, you know, want to see how far you guys came. I mean, I love the design. I think it's great. You guys did a great job. But I'm for blue, but that's my opinion.
Yeah, can you flip back to it, please?
I think it's just, I don't know, it doesn't, the green seems to, you know, stick out a little bit too much. I think that kind of blends a little bit better.
And what's on the next page is sort of that's the different elevation, right? It had a
That's
different.
the elevation going up Crescent Hill. Yes.
So is there some brick in there? Is that brick?
No, it isn't. It's still the dark gray siding. I think this
Oh,
shrubbery is throwing it off.
landscaping. Yeah, okay. Okay. Which is what we like to see, right? In superimposing what's been proposed.
Yeah, but trust me, they're not close to that size. I hate these things. Because you think you're gonna get 15-foot trees and you don't.
Why, what are those supposed to be?
Well, no, I'm just looking to the ones to the right of the garage door that come up to the first floor.
Oh, yeah.
So, and they're subsets, so those are like 15 to 18-foot trees already overlapping and mingled in together. I'm pretty sure they won't get planted like that. Or if we go to the landscape plan, that they're not spec'd that big.
Okay.
So Dave, it's Tom. Just want to add my voice to thanks for Jim and Amy. I know on these 40Bs, there's only so much we can do. And I'm actually pleased how far we've come as well. I think this is such a huge difference. To Joe's point, in some ways, it'd be great at the next meeting to show that how far we've come. And, you know, that's, I guess, a credit to the applicant as well, that's been willing to spend a long time working with us. And, you know, knowing some folks aren't going to be happy, but I think this has come such a long way that I too am pleased, like Jim, how far it's come. And this might be out front, but there's all these little things that, you know, one of the things we always look at is where the light department's going to put the meters and so forth. Do we have an idea where those things are happening yet on a site plan? Have we come that far, or is that a minor detail or a detail that needs to be worked out at the last meeting?
The transformer is supposed to be in the back where that truck goes on the far right. The transformer's back there. And I think there's a meter room inside, but Peter will have to talk to that.
There is a space inside for that, in one of the stairwells. Did we actually, I don't think we actually called it out as that yet. There is space.
And that's been confirmed with the light department?
I don't know that.
Yeah, we've had a few surprises with that stuff before, so just one of the things we usually take a look at, so.
Hey, Tom, I might be able to help. Hey, Joe Pacelli, do you think you could put it out back, Joe? Is that what you were talking about, like on the side? The transformer? You're muted, Joe. There you
Yeah,
go.
no, the transformer, we wanted to put on the right side down by the package room.
Yeah.
Over there, but the meters, we definitely want to put inside. We don't want to expose. And there's no gas. We're not getting gas in this building. So we don't have to worry about gas meters.
Tom, we can maybe get a more committed answer on the transformer.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I understand the concern. I know, there was one 40B that they put it at the front door after
Yeah.
construction.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So, yeah. If I can, Mr. Peter, can you let me share for a minute?
I'm gonna say if, we were gonna make sure everyone had gotten their comments out. There was a site civil package sent too as well, right?
Yeah, I just want, this was the original.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
Lovely.
Little different.
Mr. Chair.
You can
this
put
is
yours
Greg.
back up, Peter. They might want that for conversation, so I'm sorry that they'd ask.
Thanks,
Hey,
Brian.
Greg.
Yeah, I just had a few questions. We kind of glossed over the lights. I know on other projects now we're starting to get more into talking about light. I know especially on something like this, harkening back to some of the questions we had on Salem Street. What's the lighting going to be in the garage? I know in Salem Street where, forget exactly which project, where it was going to be a garage like this, that there will be, there's windows where light can come out, that we were going to have kind of a, I think it was Chip's idea, like a motion sensor type of, the lights are on when they need to be on and they're off when they don't have to
Exactly
be.
that kind of lighting where it comes on for, I don't know, is it like 5 or 8 minutes while you walk and then shuts itself back off again?
Okay. And then I think more importantly, kind of the lights outside. I know especially on the side street going up Crescent Hill and in the rear, where, and possibly even on the balcony up there or the outdoor amenity, I guess, whatever that's going to be called. What are those lights going to entail? I know we have a spec sheet of them, but especially in the rear and off of that outdoor amenity up there, leakage off the property is going to go right onto somebody else's. So is there any sort of, I don't know if we need a light study for this, it doesn't seem to be that many lights, but to understand where the light is actually going to come off of the property.
And we had
If at
proposed,
all.
yeah, coming in all under here to do recessed LED in the same on these balconies. You can see that we started to show the wall fixtures here, and we did it on either side of the garage door and this entry door going up Crescent Hill. By code, those apartments in the back will each have a lantern on either side of their door, on one side of their door. Those are night sky compliant lanterns. And then the balconies, again, wherever they show up, will have LED recessed.
So will they all be compliant or just the ones on the door? They all should be, right?
They all will be.
Yes. Okay. And then my only other question was signage. I think you put one in front, but specifically with guest parking and stuff, are we going to put, something down where that truck is to direct guest parking and us retain jurisdiction over that? Or do we know exactly where everything's going right now?
I know we had talked about that. Remember that, Brian? We had talked about signage. I know inside the building, directing people when they exit up on the upper level to the left. I don't think we talked about guest parking.
No, I think it's a good point, Greg, and it's something that we need to look at. I know.
Yeah, I mean, that was kind of one of the bigger items was we don't want the guests even driving up Crescent Hill if they don't have to. So it
Exactly.
should be directed immediately from Crescent Street. I mean, I don't think it has to be a huge sign, but just knowing where it is. And that it is.
Something. Yep. Okay.
That was it.
Excuse me, Brian. This isn't so much design based, but can you just give a quick snippet as to affordability breakdown?
Yeah, so the affordability breakdown, Mike, is going to be 25% of the units are going to be affordable. And they have to be proportionate. So, as close as possible, like 25% of the 3 bedrooms, 25% of the 2, and 25% of the 1s. We can't just say, for example, we're going to make all the 1 bedrooms the affordables.
Yeah.
They'll have to be spread out through the project. They can't be located in one spot. The DHCD has some say in that. They review where they're going to go, and as part of the regulatory agreement that will bind them in perpetuity, they will lock in where they're going to be in the building and which units they're going to be. Because this is a rental building, the town will get credit for all of the units towards the housing inventory, to credit you towards getting closer to the 10% on 40B. That's one of the big benefits of rental projects. So all 40 units are going to count to the subsidized housing inventory for the town, not just the affordable units here.
Will the town be a signatory to the regulatory agreement?
Yes.
And one more question. What's the AMI to make it affordable? What percentage of AMI?
80%.
Okay. Thank you.
That's what Tarrant Lane was. That's what they all are.
I think it's in our bylaw, right? Pretty much, but. could be
Yeah, I
changed
mean,
if we wanted to, but it's per the bylaw, yeah. Okay.
and
Anyone
there'll
else?
also be,
Mr.
Mike,
Chairman,
one more component to
What
that
is
to finish the answer. It's an important aspect, that there'll be a preference for Wakefield residents and families, 70% preference, which has
That's good.
happened in all of your projects, and there's been significant Wakefield families that have benefited and found housing.
Great.
Anyone else?
Yeah, the other question I had, Mr. Chairman, is there's 4 ADA units that are 1 bed. Peter, have they been located and or designed yet? And if so, what are the design elements that go into one of your ADA units?
They haven't been located or designed yet, but they have to have fully accessible bathrooms and
So it's going to be a wheel-in shower, that
Oh,
type
yeah.
of thing?
yep, grab bars, wall hung sink, all of that. The roll under stove in the kitchen. So all of the ADA, there's a whole series, as you know, of parts of the unit that have to be compliant.
So I'd love to, once you locate those and know the design of all of it, to get a copy of that. If we could, just so we can see it. When you get to that point, that detail. To know the location and such.
Pete, I can jump in. We actually have them located on the plan.
Did we design, we didn't get to the bathrooms and the kitchens yet, did we?
So the bathrooms are called out in the plan. I believe we have the units called out as 1 bed ADA. And if you scroll to the floor plans, they're called out as well on the side with the unit count.
Okay, unit 11 and 12. Thank you.
You got good staff, Peter.
Yeah.
Okay,
I see. Here's one.
So Chip,
Yeah.
to answer your question, the bathrooms are called out with the grab bars, the wheel and shower, radius for the wheelchair and accessibility at the sink. In terms of kitchen layout, we haven't gotten that far yet.
Okay. Thank you. So they're all on the first floor? No,
second and
2
third,
on the second floor and
Yep, up here now.
2 on the third.
okay.
Real quick, I did that for you, Chip.
What?
Real quickly, I did that for you.
I appreciate it.
Hey, Peter, one question. Does it get tight upstairs with the roof line like that? Or, I mean, I don't know if it really matters.
Actually, it doesn't. We designed it so that the windows are in the vertical wall. So the roof is happening outside of that.
So you gotta build a wall in front of that roof, basically.
Yeah, that's right. Yep.
Okay. Any other questions on the architectural? So we settled on the color blue?
I like it. No.
Anyone feel strongly for green versus the blue? Do we need to take a vote?
Sounds like you just took a straw vote.
I've been told I have no design eye, so I'll abstain.
By who, your wife?
Yep.
All right, so even though you showed that materials page, it showed the alternate colors, all the other elements on that materials page still apply here, right? They weren't, you were just showing the alternate colored hardy boards, right? But there were other aspects on the page, they'd all still apply. I think it was lighting and some other elements. But we'll note that blue-gray is the color choice on the siding. Okay. Brian, was there another plan we wanted to try to get through?
No. No, I submitted site civil, but nothing's changed. It's, it's de minimis. All the parking spaces are still 70. We haven't reduced anything. It was just really aligning a few things inside with what Peter did with the architectural staircase removed, etc.
All right, well, a couple quick questions. I don't know if we can bring it up. I do have a couple questions, so.
Oh, I can. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you need Rick Salvo? Because I can get him on the call.
I don't know.
Okay. All right. Okay.
While they're bringing that up, do we have a final landscape plan at this point?
Yeah, nothing's changed on that, Chip, from the last one. Let me bring it up. Hold on. Pete, can you
Stop sharing, sorry.
yeah, please. Okay. hold on. Okay. Okay.
So parking garage,
Right there. Is that okay, Mr. Chair?
how's that? Yeah, so I'm looking at, you may have to zoom in.
Which one?
Uh,
Because this is a Crescent Hill one and this is the Crescent Street one down below.
Well, both. I just want to make sure. I thought there was a plan we saw earlier on that I think it showed the 24-hour aisle widths, which is desired and required, right? But I thought some of these spots were 8.5 instead of 9. Is that true?
Yeah, there's some that are, well, there's some smaller ones that are 8.5, and those are the ones that are marked C.
Okay, so the ones marked C. Okay. And do we know that we're not going to have columns in the middle of those or at the ends of those?
Yeah, I'm
8.5?
sorry, I keep jumping around here. Okay, there you go. That's better.
Further restricting, if you've got a narrower space and there's a column that ends up, in a less than a desirable place, right? Because we're now supporting 2 levels of garage here.
Yeah, so we looked at
Then we
that.
run into a problem.
Yeah, we've looked at that and there won't, Peter, can you explain that? I think this plan.
We ran through the plan with our structural engineer and started to look at a column grid actually, which we haven't embedded yet, but by code, we're allowed to let, in a 9-foot space, allowed to let the column go 6 inches into the space. We didn't see any conflicts, to answer the question, just basically. But we did start to lay the grid in, and we are able to do it in the garage, top and bottom, to carry the loads.
Okay. Well, again, it's, you know, it's where they might be located as well. Like if it's at the very end of the parking space, like at the aisle boundary,
Yes.
that's
Yep.
one thing. If it's a foot or two in, now you're potentially obstructing rear doors and such, and, you know, especially if it's one of those narrower spaces. So.
And we talked about that as well. So you could pull in and open a door and not hit a column. We did talk about that.
Right. And you got to let your passengers out before you pull in, kind of thing. We're just trying to avoid,
Yep.
you know, that scenario, if at all possible, that we've done at least that analysis and looked at it, and we think we're going to be okay, then that's good. Just want to make sure we at least thought about it and maybe had that idea. I don't know. Are you planning to insert a plan into the final plans that shows that? Or you're just saying the building set, it'll show it to the building
Yeah,
department?
it'll show it in the building set, but before we went too far, we spent time with the structural engineer saying, this is what we're proposing. Let's talk a little bit about the column grid and how it would go through here.
Okay.
And he felt we could definitely do it.
And not interfere. I was
Not
concerned
interfere.
about that. In the
Yeah.
back, the back part, Pete's not gonna have any, right? Isn't that gonna be?
We're
what did you
hoping to
do?
use the concrete plank, so there's
Yeah,
going to
plank.
be very open spans there inside the parking garage. That's correct.
Okay. All right, well, thank you. That was the main thing. I don't know if anyone else had any questions. This was the other package we got. Again, it sounds like minor de minimis updates, but does anyone
Yeah.
have any questions on this plan before we move forward?
Yeah, real quick, Mr. Chair. I don't know if this pertains to this, if we're not on site Sylvia yet, but I see the water lines going in for the sprinkler system. Is there gonna be a fire department hookup on this building, or is that not required? Because I see it coming in the front door, so I don't know if that pertains to this project. I know some larger building does have, they do have a, you know, fire department hookup that they hook up to it if there's not a hydrant close by. I don't know if you've
Well, I think they're gonna want standpipes. Is that what you're talking about, Joe?
No, sometimes on the outside of the building, they can,
Oh,
you know what I'm saying? And I see the water line coming in the front door, so I would imagine it would be put.
Talking about a Stewart's connection.
Yeah,
It
basically.
used to be called the Siamese, but now it's one.
Yeah, Siamese, yeah.
yeah, I mean, whatever if the fire chief wants that, we'll do it. I don't think he's requested it, Joe.
Okay, yeah, I just saw it coming in the front, so obviously it wouldn't make sense to put it there. But I didn't see it on the plan, so.
I believe there's a hydrant right out in front of the building.
All right, yeah.
That's
so that would make-
correct.
Okay.
Okay.
The other question that I don't see on here, and usually it's on your site or landscaping. I see the bituminous concrete driveway being pulled up. I don't see anything for curbing noted. And obviously that would be granite. And the other pieces, I didn't see the retaining wall stone spec. Just FYI as you move forward.
Taking a note. Got it.
What was the other one? The curbing and what else? Chip, did you?
The retaining walls. There's two retaining walls in the front of the building.
Like
Part of
specking the material?
Part of the landscape.
Okay.
It could be spec and landscape, but I don't know that we saw it pulled up in the material package.
No, it's not.
Right, just retaining walls, so we'd like to know what those are. And it should go along with the flavor of the foundation stone.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good catch.
Okay.
And then what's happening along the right side between, yeah, the whole right side of the property? There's no, is there a retaining wall? Is there fencing? What is that lot line?
I've got Rick Salvo hopping on. He was on just so he can answer it properly, Chip. He should be on in a second. He was at another meeting. He's coming on now. Is there a
And
better-
again, I don't know, it might be
is
on the
this sheet-
landscaper.
Is there a better sheet is there a better sheet that's gonna show that or?
No, there's nothing that really draws. Even the landscape doesn't really spec
Okay.
it.
Okay, he's hopping on now.
And did Rick do the landscaping as well?
No, Jim Emanuel did.
Okay, because if you plow
Yeah.
this area, you're gonna kill those shrubs right at the end of that parking lot. I don't remember having a real hearty discussion about the landscaping.
Well, he presented.
Yeah,
If you remember, he did the tiering of the walls out front to mask the foundation.
I did, but I thought we had changed then the front entrance and stuff since then.
Not really.
I
No.
could be wrong, as I have been many times before.
One of the things that, one of the conditions that I've listed that the subcommittee came up with is they want 3 street trees out front. There's a street tree in front of the property that's a mess. And if it's allowed, they want the applicant to commit to put 3 street free trees on Crescent Street, which we're fine, which would include replacing the one that's kind of grown out. Doesn't look too good.
Right.
Do you see Rick trying to get on, Mr. Chair?
And
I'm
Brian,
on,
if I may,
just got on, Brian.
Oh, great. Hey, Rick, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Sorry to throw you right to the fire here, but
That's okay.
Chip, do you want to maybe rephrase it? Let Rick know your question?
So Rick, I'm curious about 2 things. One is that the grading on the driveway on the right-hand side.
Yep.
And what does this person in the 2.5-story dwelling, number 50, what are they gonna be looking at?
So number 50 is where in the front
Is the
right?
house to the right?
Can
Yeah.
you see the screen, Rick? I got it
Yep.
up. Okay, yeah. 50's right here.
Can we go to the next page?
That better?
Yes. That's it. So they will not see the driveway. So the driveway is at elevation 105 at the street. And then we ramp down slightly from 105 down to 103. They are up at 107. So they'll be looking straight over the driveway at the side of probably the first floor.
So that's actually a cut?
Yes, we are lower than number
And
50.
how is it being retained on our side?
There's a wall along the side. To the top of wall, bottom of wall elevations.
And what type of wall?
It'll be probably a port in place concrete wall.
Yeah. Okay.
But they'll never see it. You only see it when you're in the driveway.
Is there gonna have to be a fence on top of that?
Yes.
So what's the fence? They're gonna see the fence, right? This
Yeah, the
is what
fence
I'm
will-
asking. What are they gonna see? And none of our plans show it.
Gotcha.
So
Yeah, the
please
fence.
detail it.
Okay. Yeah, we can do that.
That's all.
It'll likely be like a faux wrought iron fence, an aluminum fence, something like that.
Well, something like that doesn't cut it. So we need to
Okay.
know what it's gonna be. No, I'm
Yeah, we
not
can
trying to bust you, but
Yeah, we
these
can
are the
detail that.
details that spend a ton of time on the building, and the building's great. And now these are the details that we need to make sure that when it gets built, we're not like, oops, what happened
Got it.
there?
Yeah, okay, fair enough.
Thanks.
No problem.
And Chip, I heard you cringe. It was visible or audible. Would we want to see a different kind of wall there than,
Well, a poured concrete wall. You've got retaining walls happening. I mean, it's got to be a poured concrete. The question is do you surface it? Do you stucco it? Do you rub it? Do you finish it somehow? So you've spent all this time detailing the building. And then you're going to just have a concrete wall with a black fence on top, assuming black, of some sort of fence on top. I'm not sure it's going to match or coordinate or look right. So I think you just need to make sure it does.
Yep, we could coordinate that with architectural, easy enough. And we'll do that for you.
okay.
Because you've got a retaining wall, you've got granite curbing, and then you've got a poured concrete wall, all within about 20 feet of each other.
Yep.
If I may, Chip,
Sure.
I know the other thing you mentioned at the end of the driveway, snow removal, you worry about the bushes, but the bushes, I believe, are up on top of the wall.
It's 2 parking spots. Right?
Are you talking the end of the
don't know
driveway?
So I'm looking at, right as you go through that temporary live loading area and those 2 visitor spots.
Right here is a retaining wall.
The retaining wall turns back into the building there.
But I'm assuming you're gonna have a Bobcat or something plow that, because those
Yes.
spaces have to be cleared.
That's correct.
Correct.
So, if I'm the Bobcat operator, I'm throwing snow up over that wall onto whatever bushes are there. Just knowing myself.
Yeah, and the landscape plan shows, right there, shrubs
Yeah.
or something on top.
So I don't know so back
We
to
could
that,
slide those
Joe, I
shrubs
don't
back
know
a little
how
bit.
tall that wall is. Is that a curb? Is it a wall? What is it?
It's a wall.
Of how high?
Brian, can you go back one sheet?
Mhm.
7 feet?
7 feet, a little less than 7 feet, 6.5 feet.
Then they're not throwing snow up there. But there will have to be a rail on that.
Yes. It'll be the same fence. Will turn the corner and go back. So, but we'll detail that for you.
So I guess I'm concerned about how this whole neighbor to parking works in the elevations. 'Cause it's not clear on landscape either. Is that gonna be mowed area up there? Is that grass? How does somebody get a mower to it? All those fun topics.
Yeah. It's grass, and they get a mower to it from the Crescent Hill side. It ramps down and goes all the way around, and it'll be grass and mowed. From the Crescent Hill side, we have a slope that goes from 121.5 at the street, goes up to 123.2 at the back near the building. Then from there, it grades down to 118 to 116 to 115 to
15 to
114.
114, yeah.
It's just a ramp,
Down
and we
to
did that on
110.
purpose. We did that on purpose so a lawnmower could get around to be able to mow that. That's why we didn't have stairs in there. We ramped it.
Okay.
All right, but brought up some good points, Chip, and more notes taken. Anyone else on these plans? Okay. So next steps, Brian, you kind of maybe to circle back the way you started. There's obviously some points we got to, so there'll be some follow-ups at the next meeting on these items and maybe some updates to plans accordingly. And we're going to work with the subcommittee between now and then.
Yeah, we'd like to work with the subcommittee to start drafting, putting the decision parameters, draft decision with conditions, updated waivers, just as a working document. And then obviously I've got a list of about 10 things here to, revise plans and/or get answers to incorporate.
Jim and Brian, I would say Jim can certainly in a subcommittee work on my questions because he's heard me ask questions enough about landscaping.
Yep.
Okay. All right. If nothing else, board members, we'll open up the public testimony. If anyone has a comment or question, please raise your hand in the Zoom meeting and I'll call on you at this time. Going once, not seeing hands. Not seeing anyone waving in their monitors. Okay, well, hearing none, I will close with the public testimony for the evening. So if there's nothing else, looking for a continuance to January 12th.
Yeah, did you want to, I thought we were going
Extend.
to talk about an extension. I think now we've extended till January 21. As I've said before, I never like to have no wiggle room. If there's a state of emergency, who knows what's going to happen with anything, with times that we're living in. So I would respectfully suggest to the board, for everyone's protection, we should put an extension date in place.
We want to cover
Further than where you are now, because you meet on the 12th, you expire on the 21st, which is before your second meeting in January. So perhaps we would extend to the end of January.
to close the public hearing.
Yes,
The
yeah,
board member, yeah, I mean, you know,
as before. So it'd be to close the public hearing, and then technically the board would still have 40 days to deliberate. But again, our goal is to have a written decision that you won't need that.
board members feel comfortable with that, or perhaps going out a little further into February in case we need the February 9th meeting to wrap something up. And that would give us 3 more meetings. I don't know that we need it at this stage, but you never know. So what do board members think?
My opinion, Dave, would be that we continue it to the end of January at this point. If we need more time, they've been more than cordial to extend it beyond that. So I would have to think it's dotting i's or crossing t's at that point. So I would think we can do it in 2 meetings, but if it becomes a third, they can just extend it at one of those 2 meetings, if it looks like they need it.
Okay, anyone else?
Fine
So
with
that
that.
would be January 31st, right? Go to the end of the month from the
Yeah, that's
21st.
fine. That's fine, Mr. Chair.
That gives us the extra meeting in January, I guess. Anyone else? Okay. So why don't we take that matter up first before we continue, obviously. So Chip, this would be, or anyone that was going to make such a motion, this would be to extend the time of the public hearing, for us to extend the public
Yeah,
hearing component of the meeting, until January 31st. Yeah.
I move that we extend the time of the open public meeting to January 31st if needed.
We have a second on that motion?
Second,
Thank you. Any discussion? Our regular voting members, Chip,
Yes,
Amy,
yes,
Jim,
Yes,
Joe,
Yes,
and I vote yes. So that's unanimous. So the public hearing aspect is continued to January 31st. And now with that, we'd like to continue this hearing until our January 12th meeting.
I move that we continue the hearing to January 12th meeting.
second,
Thank you. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, Chip,
Yes,
Amy,
yes,
Jim,
yes,
Joe,
yes.
and I vote yes. Okay, so we're continued to January 12th. Thank you for your updates tonight. Have a good holiday for those on the phone who are probably dropping, and we'll see you in January.
You too.
Thank you. All right, moving right along, our next continued hearing, 2150, 51, and 52, CCF Quantipower Property Company LLC at 200-400 Quantipower Parkway.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Attorney Brian McGrill, once again, representing the applicant on this matter. I know there's really, I think, 2 things that are going to be addressed at tonight's hearing on this. The first is that there were some open questions from the board to the Traffic Advisory Committee. And it's my understanding a representative of the Traffic Advisory Committee is going to be in attendance or is in attendance to answer some questions that the board had. And then we would also like, as we had stated before, to make a presentation on our revised plans. Now that we've reduced the unit count to 440 and incorporated an approximately 3,000 square foot restaurant. So we have a PowerPoint presentation to do on that. My assumption is maybe you would want to deal with the traffic issues before we get into the presentation.
That would be my inclination, board members. I do see Bill Renaud here, representing the TAC. Bill, you with us?
I am. Good evening, folks.
Bill, thank you for joining us tonight. Good evening.
And Scott Thornton is here too, Mr. Chair, our traffic consultant, just in case any members have any questions for Scott.
Right, thank you. Appreciate it. So board members, I'll open it up. We had some questions. I captured them from our last hearing on November 17th, sent them off to Lieutenant Anderson and Bill Renaud, and had a brief follow-up conversation just to clarify some of them. But these were questions that came up during the discussion. They were from various board members. I didn't capture who asked what necessarily, but I knew that they were comments and questions that the board had. So how do you want to handle it? I could run down the list, or people could chime in. And again, we've got representatives from our peer review traffic advisory committee, as well as the applicant's engineer. And we sort of go through them one by one, see if anything else comes up. Does that sound reasonable?
Sure.
Yeah, that'd be great. I'd like to hear our questions answered.
Okay. So I forwarded email to you all, so you hopefully have it at your fingertips. But one of the things was understanding the traffic volume comparisons to previous and potential uses, as well as the actual and adjusted traffic count. So I think that, we were showing slides of comparing what this proposed project would be relative to what it was before as a data center, and before that as a data center, and then what it was potentially with the R&D site that we had previously approved, right? And comparing relative traffic counts. And there's some questions on that. So I'm assuming slides are still available to put up numbers, but were there specific questions that people want to try to get clarified?
Yeah, I guess.
If I could jump in, Mr. Chairman, Scott Thornton with Vanessa Associates. I do have those slides. If you want me to share my screen and put them up.
Yep, board members.
Sure.
So maybe, Scott, if you jump to the slide, the comparison slide, maybe we start here. I don't think this is what generated some of the questions anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, and I'll let Bill jump in. But just as an overview, the intent of this slide was really just to present sort of a presentation aid to show a comparison between the trips that would have been generated by the various stages of development, and to show the relative differences between them. I don't know if there are any more specific questions that I could try to answer, or Bill could as well.
God, this is Greg Nakachuk. Could you go to either slide 7 or 8 or 9? I can't remember exactly which one. Keep going.
This was 8.
Yeah. I think it was this one. I basically, Bill Renaud, thanks for joining us. This is Greg McIntosh. I couldn't quite understand the comparison between what it will be if this is approved and built towards exactly what we have there today, which is essentially nothing. It seemed to me, and I could be completely wrong, it just was never explained to me correctly. But if from your point of view, I guess my question was, I never could quite understand how there wouldn't be a significant increase when there's nothing there now.
Right,
To
right.
what
I
this
get,
is.
yeah, so I think that the key that needs to be understood is that, you know, the board has already approved a use there, right? So they have that essentially by right. So the comparison, as we looked at it with Vanessa, we asked them to look at essentially comparisons on a couple of different options. One, the overall volume that you would see coming in and out of the site. So we expect to see, compared to what was approved by the board, about 300 more cars a day. So that is an impact, but that's spaced across the whole entire day. So think of it more as like a residential use, right? And then you have the comparison to when people would be coming and going from work. That has a much higher impact to our peak hours, which is really what we do the analysis on. So if you look at the analysis during the peak hour, we're expecting to see reductions in essentially the volume during those times. And that's really the critical times when we would have the most amount of traffic. So does that clarify the point for you?
Not really.
No.
Because I guess my point is, and I understand what you mean by they already have a use permitted. But to help me understand the actual state, like that use permitted, has never been put in place. So to actually understand the true state, I was hoping to see, you know, from present day state to their build. I know this says the third bullet, I think, is where I started to get, you know, thrown off.
Right.
Traffic
Yeah.
operations are better when the 2010 office data center project was in operation. But in my experience, I mean, that hasn't been in operation for however many years now, essentially. There might be people in and out, but it hasn't truly been in operation. So
True, but I
I
mean,
basically was trying to understand the difference between right now and what it will be. And I don't, and maybe I'm wrong. I just don't read it.
Yeah,
Maybe I'm not
I mean,
reading it right. I can't see that.
We didn't think that was an appropriate standard to hold them to, considering they already have a use that was permitted. It was being, you know, the office building was being used at a time. So we really looked at what would be the increase from the approved uses that they can do. We thought that was a reasonable approach, as opposed to going from today with a vacant building. I mean, you wouldn't do that on any redevelopment site as a general rule, and we haven't done that for any traffic study that I've seen in town at this point. So we would typically never ask for that, and I haven't asked for anything like that in my career. So, you know, just because an office is vacant or a building is vacant and you're redeveloping it doesn't mean that you eliminate the impact that they have as a right, you know, to use today, and something that you've already as a board.
I guess I'm just disappointed in the fact. I understand what you're saying as a right, but as an actual use, we never asked them to compare. And I understand where you're coming from. I don't know, that just disappoints me a little bit, because clearly that use that we permitted won't be put into effect. So
and that went through TAC as well. So keep that in mind too, Greg. It did go through TAC.
Sorry.
So that,
I understood, but it's just hard for me to try to understand that I'm an alternate member, and maybe I won't be voting on this, but it's hard for me to even think about approving something when there's no real present state comparison. That's it.
Right.
I mean,
I want to jump on that too, Greg. Maybe it's, you know, maybe this is why we have such a traffic issue in this town to begin with, is because things aren't really looked at from nothing. You know, we did approve it for a project, but now, you know, TAC and whoever else is looking at this takes estimates. They give in formulas that they map out. And so we're already working on an estimate of what might be there if the R&D project had gone forward. But now we're working on an estimate of that estimate. So it would be nice to see from nothing that's there now, what is the actual impact going to be, not from hypothetical numbers that, you know.
but wouldn't it still be a hypothetical number? So using that logic, right? We would still be using a hypothetical number, right? Because they're going to calculate the trips per day for the residential use based on the same formulas. I mean, we have standards in the industry. You know, what I've found is that Vanessa is definitely using the standards for traffic engineering consistent with the industry. So, you know, I see the point, But, I think that the Traffic Advisory Committee does a pretty solid job and is very thorough with this. We have a peer review consultant that also reviews this. I do a peer review myself. The two of us do discuss these projects and make recommendations as a team. We do that. As a matter of fact, in the last year, we've been asking for additional, mitigation payments for the town just as a whole, so that, because all of these projects are looked at individually, right? Typically, that's how it's done, and that's the standard for traffic engineering. That's what you do. You look at your site, you look at your impacts at the streets that are adjacent to it. But there's a potential for down the road, as other projects are approved too, that there's a need for upgrades, and the town shouldn't be in a position where they have to fund that. So we've been getting developer contributions essentially to the townwide traffic as a whole, to be able to make improvements where we see it necessary. I'm in the process right now of doing a townwide study on traffic, looking at basically, a kind of a demand, management approach, as opposed to just project by project. So, to say that we're not looking at that, that may have been the case 10 years ago. I can tell you that's not the case since I've been here. I would say the Traffic Advisory Committee has done pretty much a solid job reviewing these projects as they come in, and still allowed for, essentially another funding mechanism to make additional improvements for kind of looking at the aggregate impact of multiple projects. And I think we've done a good job of it.
Right. No, I know the TAC does the due diligence and they do their work. But when we look at it and it says, compared to the R&D project, this is going to be, 200 more cars or whatever the number was. So people are thinking, okay, 200 cars more, but not maybe understanding, okay, but it's really going to be 650 more cars because there's nothing there now. So it's just kind of, I don't know. It's just
No,
hard
but
to-
Amy and Greg, go to slide 7, please. Isn't that just the first column? There's
Yeah.
nothing
It
there
is the
now.
first column, right? But I think that they're using the data from,
So what are you going to study? The models say that if they build this with 440 units in a restaurant, you're going to have, 2,700 trips. That's
Yes,
going from
600
0
more
to
cars.
that's.
But
so
that's my
what-
question, Dave, is what is there now? There's something there now because people cut through, like
Oh, well,
that's
okay.
my point. I don't understand, and it hasn't been fully explained. There's been a lot of, well, we use formulas, well, we do this, well.
That's the industry, though. I'm
And-
sorry. But unfortunately, that's the way traffic, unfortunately, that's the way traffic engineering works. We don't have an ability to look at it to certain granular levels that you might be thinking of. I think is kind of what I'm hearing.
Well, I
I
guess
think-
my question is, when we compare it to other projects, we have said there'll be more than this than the no build condition is as it is today. This one, we're saying the no build condition is as it is not today because we already permitted it. That's what I can't understand. And I'm not trying to belabor because we've already been told that's not going to happen. I'm fine with that answer. Doesn't mean I like the answer. I understand that is the answer. That's all I'm getting at, Dave. I don't even want. I don't think we need to go further. It just seems odd to me that we would say we're not going to go look at it. What's there now? But that's what we're doing. So move on.
Okay.
Yeah, if I can just add 2 points to their point, that if you have a vacant lot, the traffic study is never done based on a vacant lot. It's done on what uses can go on that vacant lot compared to what you might do, what you're proposing to do. There's always comparisons of what can go by right on a property or what's permitted, even if it's vacant land, not even a prior project. The other thing is the impacts of this project have been studied because, correct me if I'm wrong, Bill, but the intersection performances were part of the traffic study.
Of course they are. Yeah.
So that tells you how the traffic impact is going to be, because, if you took what's going to go there and said, oh, this is going to make this a triple F intersection, and currently it's a B intersection, that to me tells a greater story. And the impacts on the intersections and lights that are in play on this project are not significantly impacted according to the study.
Right. So what ended up happening is that in between, so the prior study looked at that level of service. So the A, B, C, D So the way it works is that you evaluate each intersection, and an A is a perfectly operating intersection that has no queue times, all that stuff, right? So we make sure that there is no degradation in that level of service. That's how it's done. So that was done as part of the original project, right? That was approved back in, well, actually it would have been the project that was approved back in 2019. That's what was looked at.
Right.
Okay. So then now we're just taking essentially from what was approved and what can be built right now that, really the board wouldn't have an ability to really ask for anything additional, where we have to take it from what was approved in 2019 to what they're proposing to build now. And, while we do have, 228 trips a day that gets spread out across the day, it's not just during the peak morning hours, peak evening hours. I mean, again, if people are commuting, they're going to be going onto the highway to go into Boston or wherever they're going. This is right adjacent to the highway. That's another benefit to the project of not having impact within the town. One of the things we also looked at was accident history at Lowell. So there's other things that we have looked at as part of the traffic advisory committee. And, we looked at accident history there to see if a right turn in and right turn out only from on Lowell, how that would impact the intersection at North Ave. So we looked at all of these different options to see, if there were things that might that we don't foresee in the aggregate that would impact the town, and to make sure, one, that we have an ability to fund whatever that improvement may be, and two, to make sure that it's not going to be detrimental to the town as a whole. I mean, that's what we're looking at. So, we believe, based on my experience as a professional engineer and the consultant, our traffic consultants, review, that, we see this as a de minimis impact compared to the 2019 project, and actually probably an improvement, if anything.
Thanks, Bill. And I wasn't trying to attack TAC. I think it was just a story being told. We're not engineers. I mean, I'm the complete opposite. So I think we got a very short memo that basically just said, we're good, but didn't tell a story. So
yeah, and I can with the project.
And trying to read this thing as not an engineer is a little.
Oh, come on, it's a great read.
A little tough.
A lot of numbers, good stuff. So. No, but we did look at a lot of different, pieces. There were multiple meetings. We had a subcommittee that actually worked with them too. I was part of that subcommittee. So, I can tell you there was a lot of work on the TAC side to make sure that this made sense for the town.
Bill, Jim McBain.
Hey, Jim, how are you?
Fine. The thing that's always concerned me is the Lowell Street end. And I can tell you that back when we were doing Cumberland, the neighbors behind Cumberland complained about the amount of traffic on the street. So I sat down there early in the morning and late in the afternoon when the flow happens there, coming up Lowell Street or going down Lowell Street, because there are a bunch of people basically that are either going to Linfield's office park or trying to get out of the loop around Wakefield, basically. So you could see it as it marches down from the traffic light on the far end of Lowell, or as people wind off the highway to go that way down Lowell. And to some degree, the people back there had some complaints at certain times, the school bus, the kids, and all the other stuff that could come up. But I did see this backup basically in the morning as everybody tried to filter on to the rotary. And then in the evening, the same thing in reverse, basically get down Lowell Street. So putting that in my mind, basically, then I see the people coming out, say, off the Parkway onto Lowell and say, want to get onto the rotary. They've got to go first off to I guess it's eastbound Lowell Street, and people winding off the circle, and then try to wedge themselves into the backup traffic that's on the other side. And so I'm a little concerned about going left out of there and getting onto the far side of Lowell Street. And how do you mitigate that? And, I brought this up the last time. I was told it's not a problem because the traffic stretched out coming off the site. On the other hand, I've seen how it's bumper to bumper.
Yeah.
And sometimes those people just don't want to give way, which means someone's stuck in the eastbound lane coming off the rotary. And some of those people don't pay attention to anything. And the next thing you know, you got someone getting creased.
Yeah, so
So
that was
I-
exactly, yeah, that's exactly what we were looking at. So we did look at that. And you know, Lieutenant Anderson and I both highlighted this as an issue and a concern. So, you know, way we see it is that the original project in 2019 was approved with that configuration. We wanted the ability to make modifications in the future if there was a need. So as part of this, we've been looking to negotiate with the applicant to have funding to make it a right turn out onto Lowell only. So that would essentially force most folks that want to go onto the highway, instead of going through the rotary, they would go, you know, to North Ave, take the right and get onto the highway that way. Right. And so we had an analysis done by Vanessa looking at that to ensure that if we were to implement that change in the future, that we would have, one, the ability to fund it, and two, also to ensure that wouldn't have any level of service degradation for that intersection at North Ave. So we've looked at that as an option, and it's something that we may explore in the future. But we looked at it as something where, you know, the applicant was willing to discuss a payment for, you know, essentially any area in town that we would need. We looked at projects and cost of that. We made sure that at least whatever we get will be over the number that we would need to make that a right turn only. So it'd be a right turn out onto Lowell, and then a right turn into Quinnipiac Parkway from Lowell. So if we look at that as an option, that would be something that we could institute if we choose to.
If that were to get instituted later,
Yep.
what's the impact on the signal system on North Avenue?
So we didn't have a level of service change. And if I recall, we still end up seeing a reduction in overall volume there in the morning. Is that correct? If I don't want to misspeak, obviously. But I know we looked at it and that we saw that there wasn't an issue with the operation of that intersection.
Yeah, Bill, that's correct. It was level of service B under the previous condition, and with the rerouted traffic, I think it stays at level of service B.
Correct. Yeah, that was my understanding. So,
And it's really just the morning time period that's the critical one. In the evening time period, more traffic is coming into the site. So they would either be making right turns in off of Lowell Street into Quinnipiac Parkway, or they would be coming in at a left turn at the signal at North Ave.
Is that a timed light there, or is that actuated by traffic?
So
North Avenue.
So North Ave is a town signal, and correct me if I'm wrong, Bill, but I believe it's coordinated with the I-95 ramp intersections that are under the state jurisdiction.
yeah, so they're involved with how that operates, even though it is a town signal. We still have to coordinate with the state on that. We had some discussions with them at one point to look at adaptive signals there as a state project, similar to what we did over on Salem. So that is as a potential project in the future. So that would allow, you know, essentially all of those timings to adjust, as opposed to your typical, you know, you get a call for a signal change, but it stays within a timing and all of that. So, I mean, there is vehicle detection there if that's the question, but we were looking to even go with a more sophisticated system there through the state as a project. So that's something that we've been talking with District 4 about.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Bill and Scott. I think one of the other items I'm just checking boxes here because it looks like we've hit a few of the bullet points. I think both intersections and potentially improvements. We'd have to come up with whatever that suitable figure may be at the end, right? Because normally if we do that, we'd work it into a decision that the applicant would contribute X amount towards future improvements at this, like we did at Bennett Street, which we still don't understand what's going on there, but I know it's part of the larger town work and the improvements going on. But similar to that, we would have to come up with a figure at some point. And coordinate with the state, I assume, Bill, Mass DOT gets involved, because again, that's 129. That
Yeah, on both ends. Yeah, on both ends. So the Mass DOT right away actually extends beyond that rotary on that side coming in. So you have roads to coordinate with the state on. So
Yeah.
Yep.
And let's see, I think there was also a question, just again, understanding the areas we studied that were studied. And there was a question about the rationale for perhaps not including the North Prospect Church intersection, which is further down the street, but again,
Yeah.
you've got traffic coming off, and that is sort of the next big intersection that already gets a lot of volume. So just maybe if there's thoughts there. Yeah.
It does, but most of the impact is going to be at the what we assumed as part of the study is that most of the traffic would be going towards the highway in the peak hours that we would see. If people are coming into the town, I mean, typically you wouldn't be studying intersections that far out. I mean, we also wouldn't be studying the Salem and Main intersection. We wouldn't do that as part of this project either. We're not looking at Lowell. I mean, Lowell, I think the Lowell intersection is probably even closer. I mean, it's a little bit beyond the scope of what, a typical traffic study would be. We wouldn't go out 3 or 4, a signal or 2 beyond. I mean, we typically don't do that as part of our reviews. That's kind of industry standard. So, if there was again, I talk about the aggregate of multiple projects where most people were looking to cut through and use that intersection. That's why we have these other funds to allow us to make upgrades to those intersections if need be. So as part of a larger plan, for that. And then we also look at, because when I do this townwide traffic study component to it, what I'm looking at is volumes and uses and turns and movements across the whole town. So we can see trends and where things have moved and changed. So we've initiated that. We'll have results probably, I'm thinking early next year. So probably by February or so, I think, is when I'll have all the data. And then at that point, we'd start assessing long-term where we would expect to see, impacts, if any. And then if we see any, we would evaluate them. But I wouldn't say it's specifically from this project, or, it could be from Harvard Mills. It could be from a bunch of different, different projects. I mean, that's unfortunately how it works. And they do the studies looking at, the closest signal and then the impacts and changes on the site. Typically you're not going to find many people that are going to look at the entire town in multiple signals downstream of a project. I would say if you look at that, why wouldn't you look at the one on, the signal right to take the left onto the highway in Reading, and you can start getting into all of these other locations that really are kind of beyond the impact that the project's causing.
Bill, Mike Feely, the North Prospect Church intersection, it's pretty much the only intersection. I know it's far away, but
yeah,
if you're going to take a left out of there, you're going to go to that intersection.
Yeah. So
we're not going 4 or 5 things out. We're going to the next intersection that matters.
That's one way to look at it, but you're assuming how would you do your destination study then to do that? So are you assuming people are taking a left? What's the percentage of folks that would take the left as opposed to going?
Well, I have no idea, but I would imagine
right,
we seem to have a percentage for every other eventuality. I would think there would be something.
Right. So as you look into that, so you got to determine, well, where are folks going to want to go, right? You look at that so are most people going into town? Are they going away from town for work? In most of the case, you'd be going away from town into work, right? We also look at, bicycle accommodations, other modes of transportation. We have a bus route that's right there. They've also provided a shuttle that goes around town. All of those actually even improve the traffic impact as a project impact to the town. It improves by having all of those other pieces. They're not, you can't really quantify those, but they do provide value and provide less trips that would be used. So, unfortunately, it's kind of difficult to look at the question you're asking to go to that intersection. I mean, it's kind of more of a how do I want to say this? I mean, it's a town problem at that intersection. That doesn't necessarily mean that this project is exacerbating it or doing anything related to that. We see no impact to the intersection use and its current state for the one on North Ave and Quinnipiac Parkway. So, it just stands to reason that you wouldn't see a further impact at a signal, much further away from where we are.
Okay, Dave, Tom, Lucy here. Bill, I know we're on the same side here, so hope you take these comments appropriately, but not to beat a dead horse with that intersection, but living on the west side, if you had to drive your kids to the Galvin in the morning, if you're coming off Prospect, you can't take the right turn onto North Ave. So adding any cars that would be going down North Ave, I mean, and my kids are now in college, I couldn't make that right turn, that many years ago. So
You're saying coming off a Prospect? You're saying coming off a Prospect?
you couldn't take a right onto North Ave to head towards the Galvin because the North Ave is backed up that far.
Sure.
So to Mike's point, any car that goes that way, I don't know, is going to be kind of an issue, but I don't want to beat that dead horse, but I think we have to start my point is going to be, we have to start to look at things a little differently. I know there's industry standards. I know you're looking at townwide things. I think as the members of this board, I think one of the things we're realizing as we look at project by project, that's a real limitation. Someone needs to be looking at the cumulative impact. We know where the development's going. We know where around, there's been some zoning around the transit nodes that we're going to see activity. We have to be looking in the future at what should be done. So as we take each project by project, we're not in a position of trying to understand one project when we know there's cumulative impacts.
Tom, I totally agree with you. And that's why we have the current study that's going on. I mean, once I have results, I'm happy to come in and present it to the board and let you know what we see as potential issues down the road. And we are looking at housing creation and development and, what that impact would be. So we're looking at, where there would be redevelopment, what type of density we would expect to see, what type of potential traffic impact we would see in those areas in a general sense so that we can be prepared for this stuff. So, unfortunately, that project was initiated within the last 6 months. I just don't have the results yet, and we will have it. So
good. That's good to hear. Thank you.
And part of that was in response to inquiries we've made, to Bill's department, to the town council, like we need to see this kind of broader study, and that's part of what's happening now, right? I mean, not solve everything, but hopefully, Bill, it gets us some information that we can make decisions and say these are the improvements we think we need to make, and where the issues of the choke points might be, and so forth, right? And we can
that's exactly the idea.
And start to plan those out. And if we think we need to put certain things in our pocket when we get future developments, hey, there's going to need to be a contribution this, or you're going to need to plug into the traffic, that transportation, I'm forgetting the acronym now, but the shuttling and the system we're looking to employ here. So, getting them plugged into that. So they're going to be tools in our pocket to help future developments kind of leverage some things and mitigate impacts to a certain degree, right?
Right, and to even build on that again and go and get back over to the multimodal component too. So, we just recently had a meeting on Monday to discuss, kind of the walkability and bike enhancements across town. So that was another way to get cars off the road and people to be able to get from A to B. So we have that study that's going on with our regional planning organization that's been taking the lead on that. That's another project that just got initiated within the last 6 months. Again, because of the board's concerns. So we're looking at a bunch of different pieces. One of the things that may get shadowed over a little bit in our comment memo from the TAC was about the multimodal enhancements that we're asking for the applicant to do on Quinnipiac Parkway. So we're looking at enhancements for walkability and bicycling on Quinnipiac Parkway as offsite improvements and mitigation for part of the project. So these are things that we're working on, with the applicant, and will provide a much bigger, net value to the town to be able to, not necessarily have to hop in a car. If you want to go downtown, you can hop on a bike and scoot down to downtown. You can go and take a walk on a much larger sidewalk as opposed to just what's there today. So we're looking at all of the different pieces. It's a lot different, I think, than what you may have seen from at least my group's comments and what the TAC was doing previously. But we're definitely looking at all these things, I think, more holistically and, with more of a townwide, lens, if you want to say it that way.
All right, thank you, Bill. So board members, again, I think at least the notes I took and the questions I sent, I think we've hit them. If there's anything else that you can think of, specific to this project and the, the traffic study that was done, please share them now. If you can think of anything else. Okay. Hearing none. Thank you, Bill, for attending and sharing your thoughts. We appreciate it and look forward to hearing the results of that study that's going on. Yeah, we definitely welcome you back when you've been able to assess and compile and come up with some ideas. It'd be great to have you back in a future meeting.
Awesome,
right.
great.
Thank you. All right. And Scott, again, thank you for jumping on too. Appreciate your time tonight. So Brian, yep, thank you. So Brian, I think just one more sort of related item just before we go into your presentation, because I don't know that you were planning to cover it, is we've also, I think it was before the last meeting, but we didn't really come up, was the abutter at 100 Quantapowwood has also done their own study, apparently. And we've received correspondence from them. I don't know if you've all seen it. Bill, I don't know if Bill's still here. Did Bill jump off already?
No, I'm still here.
Oh, hi. So I don't know if you saw that from the abutter had a peer review, and again, some of it was traffic and I think parking related and just flow through in front of their property site and handling parking and issues potentially with their property. But I think it was other aspects with the project in general. So Brian, I know you've seen it. I don't know if the team has had a chance to assess it. I don't know that we're not going to get into it tonight, but just want to make sure that all the parties at least are in discussions and how that that we can address their concerns as part of this, whether it ends up as conditions or something that changes the plans in some way. But I think that's happening. But Brian, I don't know if you can speak to that a little bit, or if anyone else has anything to offer. Just
Chairman Hatfield, it's Matt D'Amico from the applicant.
Hi, Matt. Yep.
So we've been in somewhat frequent communication with our abutter. We actually, I believe, have a meeting that we're scheduling for next week. So yeah, we'd be happy to work through this with them, and we'll be able to provide an update as to how that goes.
Okay, great. Yeah, I mean, I think their letter concluded that they generally support a redevelopment of the site, and they're happy to be on board as long as some certain things can be worked out and agreed upon. Again, whatever mutually agreed upon points. So yeah, looking forward to hear any results of that. Thank you. Okay. So anything else, board members, on this topic before we proceed to the presentation? Okay, Brian, back to you. I don't know who's going to share. Matt, will you taking us through, or is somebody else?
So
let me just hop in for a second, Matt, if I can, just to kind of, I guess, finish setting the table. So we're going to put on a presentation with the revised plans to kind of put them in a really kind of put them on a kind of a 3D aspect, so you can fully understand the impacts of these changes, of the reduction in units and commitment to a larger restaurant space. And the presentation is going to be made by Brian O'Connor from Cube 3, who's been involved in projects with me in Wakefield. So I know the board is familiar with Brian. And also Ian Ramey from Copley Wolf Design is our landscape architect. Ian already made a presentation to the board regarding this project. As far as our commitment to the restaurant, I think Erin Kokinda might be on. We've gone over this with her in detail on our commitment to that, and we're hopeful that addresses her concerns on expanding the commercial aspect of it. So we will put on the presentation, and then Matt can give you an update on where we are with the Conservation Commission, and we can talk about next steps. So
sounds good. I understand Erin might be a little under the weather, so I don't know that she's with us tonight. But
okay.
But she may have been on earlier listening audio, but I don't know that she's still here. But just for your information.
Okay. So go ahead, Matt. Do you want to hand it over? You're gonna have.
I'll hand it over to Brian O'Connor here to kick it off. Brian will be taking us through the architecture for this project.
Great. Thank you, Matt and Brian. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, good evening. Brian O'Connor from Cube 3. Appreciate everyone taking the time We're going to walk through this fairly quickly, just to kind of bring everybody up to speed. Steph, I don't know if you mind advancing the slides for us here. We're gonna hit on architecture and landscape primarily, and then we'll leave plenty of time for a conversation at the end. What we wanted to do first is just kind of remind everybody of the primary design objectives that this project has been tackling. I won't read each one of these in detail. There are obviously a lot of extremely important, complicated, and interrelated issues here, from environmental considerations and impervious area to public access and building scale and height, the allowance for a nice blend of public realm with the new buildings, position of the buildings on the site, affordable housing, the perimeter road, commitments to the lake, the Friends of the Lake, and the town, as well as security. So again, I won't go through these in detail. Happy to circle back to any of these. All of these 10 points have been really at the forefront of the team's mind as we go through every aspect of the project. What we've done on the next slide is sort of try to take into account some of the new design considerations that we've heard and the evolution of comments as we've proceeded. And so I do think it's important to just hit on these very quickly. I heard mentioned earlier this idea of the shuttle in the presentation. So we really do want to focus on the ability to enhance connectivity with the downtown. You heard both Brian and Matt, I think, mention the 2,700 to almost 3,000 square foot restaurant space with the addition of outdoor dining and a really lakefront patio experience. We did talk a bit with different entities about the idea of this amenity space enhancing the living experience on the site. So thinking about things like designated co-working space, grab and go food, facilities for gym, dry cleaning, pickup, things like that allow the residents here to not need to leave for everything has really been a focus. And then again, working on the path around the lake and understanding the connectivity and the needs and wants of the town there. Better connections and stronger connections between the buildings and the public realm. Thinking about circulation paths, increasing the green infrastructure on the site. And then you'll hear Ian talk about that a bit more as we dig in, and really focusing on the idea of a planting palette that supports local wildlife and is sensitive to the environmental considerations around the lake. So let's just go through the plan quickly, and I'll try to highlight a couple of the core changes. In case anyone does, Steph, if you don't mind stepping back one, just reminding everybody the area that we're talking about right here on the northwest side of the lake against 128. It's sort of this narrow piece of land there. On the next slide, this is really going to just focus on some of the core changes here. So we've thought a lot about the location, position, viability, and enhancement of this restaurant space on the far left side. So in that red circle, we've really allowed for adequate visitor and user parking for the restaurant. We've expanded it to almost 3,000 square feet. Against the lake edge, we've incorporated not only a buffer zone to the pathway, but also a really broad outdoor lakefront dining experience that connects to the inside. We've thought a little bit more deeply about how to intersect the building positions and the landscape design and architecture so that these pass-throughs between building 1 and 2 at the center, and then the bridge connections in the middle of those, allow more permeability from the lakefront into the site. And you can sort of see this dotted blue line that runs through. This is an area we've spent considerable time focusing on how these buildings and how these edges create the feeling that this is a neighborhood street, not only for the people that live here, but is also open and welcoming for any of the residents of the town to sort of circulate. We also thought a lot more about how these courtyard spaces that are the 3 circled elements or squared off elements in building 3 respond more directly to the idea of permeability, so that as you're walking down this street or driving down this street behind building 1 and 2, you have a sense of connectivity. You're not just faced with building edge, and it really does feel like a place you'd want to be. So we've moved around a lot of the pieces, thought a lot about the experience, and tried to really dig into the idea of what it feels like to be here, how the buildings feel, and how all of this not only supports the goals of the town, but connects to the public realm along the edge of the lake and at either side of this site that we really know is a wonderful and important aspect for everyone that lives here. Jumping to the next plan, you can start to see a little bit more of the detail here. Ian will walk you through the landscaping in much more detail, but building 1 and building 2 against the edge of the lake are 3 stories. They're broken into 2 pieces each with a pass-through bridge connection that lives at the 2nd and 3rd floors. So you can walk right through and under these buildings from the path along the lake, from the new walkway right into the site, down the main street, or connecting over across into the courtyards. As 3-story buildings, these are 65 and 88 units apiece, again, broken into 4 individual wings, but connected functionally. Restaurant on the far left side. And then as we step back to the larger building, which really provides a buffer for this new street and for the lake edge from 128. This is a 4-story building that really focuses on wrapping and protecting the site from the parking garage, which faces back to 128, and sort of wrapping around and encompassing these interior courtyard areas you see on the left, in the middle, and then on the right-hand side, which all have a different character and a different intent, but all contribute to the idea of this public streetscape that runs sort of east and westerly through the site. We have a total of 440 units in the current proposal, 706 parking spaces, both in the garage and on the surface, and we have a 1.55 resident parking ratio. Steph, if you don't mind. Yeah, so on the next slide, now we can see the courtyards that I described a little bit are focused on creating different activity zones along the street. So we have a very sort of quiet, contemplative landscape courtyard on the left-hand side, a primary amenity courtyard in the middle, which is really focused on the pool and some of the more active zones for the residents that live here. And you'll note that it's adjacent to the large amenity area in blue, and then the 2 flanking amenity areas on either side of building 1 and building 2, really creating this focused sort of central amenity and convenience area for the residents. And I had mentioned earlier, and I just want to reinforce the idea that this expanded amenity package here is not about providing little conference rooms or lounge areas only for the residents. It's really focused on providing an opportunity for that convenience, grab and go, supportive type amenity space for the residents. So we can again capitalize on this idea of not needing to leave the site for everything that you're doing. You'll also notice a public safety office on that new main street on the 1st floor of building 1 up against the street edge. You can see the restaurant on the left-hand side, the proposed public path along the street, along the lakefront. Jumping to the next slide, we're going to zoom in a little bit on the restaurant. It's not fully designed yet, but you can see that there's a direct pathway in between the road edge coming into the site and the outdoor patio area and the front, allowing a smooth transition from this new main street down towards the lake. You can see the outdoor patio area is sort of wrapping around the southern side of this very glassy, open, and sort of transparent cafe area that we want to be highly visible as you come into the site. We really want it to be an anchor point and a solid entry piece to the site that feels very public and opens this notion that as you come in to the right, there's this open green public space to the lake, and to the left side, there's a connection to this new main street that runs along the top edge of that restaurant. Jumping to the next slide, we wanted to just share a few of the sort of character images that we think we're trying to move towards in the design of the restaurant. This is a public restaurant. Obviously, we're going to be working closely with whoever ends up occupying that space. But I think the important idea here is that you'll see again in the architecture, but also here, we are trying very hard to bring this warm, natural, outdoor sort of feel and theme into the building design and into the restaurant and into the way we're thinking about it. So we're not only blending indoor and outdoor spaces, but we're also bringing that warmth and we're bringing that sort of natural connection in. As we jump to the next, you can see we've zoomed in just a little bit here. So you can see these 3 amenity areas that I mentioned earlier. Again, Ian will walk us through the landscaping, but the idea is these areas are all fronting directly on this main street. They're fronting on connections down to the lake. They're all surrounded, as you can see, by hardscape patio areas and parking spaces along that main street that allow them to be highly usable. They're designed to create this sort of activity zone and this centerpiece to the community, but also to make sure that we're providing the right kinds of amenities, whether it's cleaners, dry cleaning drop off, or whether it's freshly stocked grab and go, or it's even more robust amenities. The idea is these are amenities that are not sort of traditional to this type of development, but are really designed to reinforce this as a community. These are some of the more typical amenity spaces that you would see that'll be complementing those others. And again, it's all about bringing in that warmth, that natural connection to the outdoors, large glass areas, fitness on site, again, to prevent the need to leave for that, and really providing active zones for residents. So on the exterior design, we have a couple of just very quick images for you guys. This is an image as you come in, you can see the restaurant on the left-hand side. We're really looking at building 1 here. And what we've tried to do with these buildings is to think again about this idea of glazing and balcony and eyes to the water and eyes out to this public realm, to provide both a broad separation between the public paths and the buildings, but also to make sure that there's a real thought to the sort of safety aspect of developing here, so that we are providing eyes on the street, eyes on the park. The building forms themselves are significantly broken down, so you don't read any very large, heavy building edges. The roof forms are articulated. We're really driving home this idea of warm, natural materials. I think on my screen, the color tones here look a little bit orange, and I'm sure everybody's seeing a screen tone that's a little different. These are warm, natural materials. They're not intended to be too orange. They're not intended to be too bright. They're really intended to be a complement to the natural area that we're in here. And then we have two other quick images. The next one is sort of looking from the lake back into the development. Here you're looking between building 1 and 2, looking towards that central active amenity in the far distance. You can see with building 3, these are the 2 end caps to building 1 and building 2, where we have not only resident amenity space on the upper floors. You can start to see some articulated outdoor roof deck areas. And in the foreground, you can see umbrellas and outdoor hardscape zones that really support these ideas of grab and go and convenience amenities for the residents. Ian will walk you through in a little more detail what you're looking at in the foreground here. But the idea is to build the architecture of a place that feels like a community, that feels like something that wants to be here. And so again, you'll see sort of this vertical, warm wood elements kind of appearing here. You'll see canopies that are penetrated to allow light down into the buildings and down onto these roof deck areas. And again, a mix of indoor and outdoor spaces. And then the last image is sort of a dusk shot. And this is from up in a building, kind of looking down onto this common area. And you can see the lake in the distance. So we're in building 3, sort of floating above the top floor, looking down. And you can see this sort of very active outdoor plaza space. What we think will be a very desirable and walkable main street down the middle, not only for the residents, but also for everyone that lives in town. And then you can see in between building 1 and 2 towards the lake, this sort of connection that wanders its way through the buildings and down to the lake. I think everything we're really trying to do here is get not only views to the lake for the residents, but also to support this idea of creating an edge that is very friendly, that feels like a place you would want to walk both at night, during the day, and you would want to walk both down the main street or along the edge of the lake. And so I think those are sort of some quick shots of what we're thinking on the building materials. And you can see the scale of these buildings is really broken down. We've made a deliberate and conscious thought here to not try to do large scale pitched roofs on these buildings, because I think they would really potentially increase the scale. And so what we're trying to do is play with the smallest building forms possible. And as you saw in the front elevation along the lake, really break those up into smaller, more pedestrian friendly forms. So I think in the next slide, we're going to jump over and Ian's going to walk you through landscape design, and then we'd love to leave time to have conversation.
Absolutely. Thanks, Brian, and good evening, members of the board. Again, for the record, my name's Ian Ramey with Copley Wolf Design Group. I think Brian did a really good job of describing how the landscape has corresponded to the revised massing and this sort of concentrated and enhanced connectivity and improved public realm associated with those plazas and the courtyards and sort of the concentration around that neighborhood street. What I'd like to do very briefly here is kind of walk through the components of the landscape. If you remember the last time we met, we sort of presented a very general vision for what the landscape could be. Since that time, we've met with the Conservation Commission, we've collaborated with the civil engineering and environmental science teams. And through that process, we've really sort of bolstered the green infrastructure and the wildlife supportive components of the landscape. And so there's basically a reason behind the planting that we have now. And so the slide that you see here talks about the different landscape typologies. So as we got into the sort of function of the landscape, we started to identify these different components or these different areas that the landscape is going to be providing different services for. So specifically, we have the rain gardens, which are the brighter green color. We have the wet basins, which are sort of out to the periphery of the parkway. We have the conservation area, which is sort of the transition from the wet basins to the existing wetland resources that are up towards the outer periphery of the property line. We have a category here that we call the trees, which are obviously huge components and big contributors to what we're doing here. And then we have our general site planting, which is the bottom green color that kind of permeates all the open spaces in the plazas. If you could go to the next slide, please. So to talk about the rain gardens, we talked a lot about this before, and really the concentration of these rain gardens is along the path that we're proposing along the edge of the open space at the lake's edge. These are components of the stormwater management that we're basically using to store and treat the water and to use those plant materials to filter the pollutants, to reduce the runoff, to have them be comprised of native species. What's different between this and the previous plan that we showed is this is about a 33% increase in the amount of that area. So that's a notable increase. We still have those rain gardens as sort of an intertwined landscape component that works with the new path that we're proposing. We also have elements of those rain gardens in the courtyards like we did previously. We view these rain gardens as not just functioning landscapes, but also very beautiful and colorful components that we want to draw people to and have them interact with the landscape. Next slide, please. And so some of the newer components that we didn't really have figured out before are the wet basins. So these are very similar to the rain gardens, but they will have water in them and they will function more closely to the existing wetlands that are out to the periphery of the site. They'll be comprised of native species. I don't know if you can read it on there, but we've started to indicate actual benefits that certain species will have for the local wildlife. So we're trying to use a lot of the same native species that exist in those wetlands and bring those into these new wet basins, which are going to be used to sort of manage the stormwater on site before it makes its way out into the wetlands and ultimately into the lake. But you can see that there's a lot of different species that are supported by these various plants that we're proposing. Next slide. And then so the conservation areas, these are these buffer areas that line the outer perimeter of where the wet basins are located. And so what they're replacing right now is basically mown, irrigated, and fertilized lawn, which is not a great condition to have before stormwater finds its way into the sensitive resource area. So what the conservation areas will be a restored landscape, basically, where seeded native plants will be installed. We'll put in a series of small trees, which we call whips, to sort of help reforest the edge. And really, it'll be a condition where it gets mown very infrequently, if at all. There won't be any irrigation, there won't be any fertilizers, and that'll be the sort of last step before the surface water makes its way into the wetlands. So it's a much more ecologically sensitive way to deal with the transition from our site into the wetlands. Next slide, please. And then, of course, the trees. So obviously, trees are the huge sort of space creators for the landscape. They provide the much needed shade in an ever warming world. What's out there today in terms of the existing trees is not a very diverse and a not native set of materials. So what we are proposing is a significant increase in the quantity of trees, but also a significant increase in the diversity of trees. Again, we'll be using only native species, and we'll be looking to use high value species. So species that provide habitat, shelter, food for the local wildlife to really kind of support that ecosystem being recovered. Next slide. So this is just a graphic that kind of summarizes relative proportions of what is out there today in terms of the existing trees and what we are proposing to put in. So the top line shows a proportion of what the trees are out there today, the different types of species, most of which are not native, and in the sort of general quantity of what's out there. The bottom line is depicting the increased diversity of trees that we'll be proposing, but also the huge increase in the quantity. So you get a sense just visually of how that palette is being improved. Next slide. And then, of course, the site planting itself. So within the rain gardens and the general site areas, we want to select plants that have long bloom so that we have basically throughout the growing season, a continuous bloom of something taking place. We want to select plants that have year-long interest. So things like red twig dogwood and other maybe ornamental grasses that hold their form or have something special off-season. And obviously trying to get a broad range of colors too. So this is a composition of color and of texture, really, so that it is a beautiful composition unto itself. Next. And then these are obviously the other recipients of what this landscape will be providing. So not just the people enjoying it, but also the idea of welcoming back some of the local species that we want to see come back and be able to sort of reestablish that ecosystem on site. Next slide. And then here's just a slide sort of touching on some of the points that Brian mentioned about this restaurant terrace on the far western side of the site. So the idea here is that we have a broad outdoor space that takes the interior use of the restaurant, brings it outside. It's organized to take advantage of the lake views. It's very prominent in the project, so it has close proximity not only to people entering along the park from the south side, but also people on the footpaths within the open space. There's a strong connection there so that people can be able to connect between that restaurant terrace and the actual open space. And really, it's a space that I think is going to provide a lot of visual activation. You'll see people out there and it'll contribute to that kind of activated public realm that I think is very important, obviously, to have this be a successful project. And with that, I believe that's the end, and I'd love to talk through this with you guys. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Board members, any comments, questions?
I thank you for the presentation, first of all, but my concern is, and I know Cabinet Board is going to take care of it. Ian, what do you see as the need for care on all these planting areas? I mean, you've got many different, I mean, I see a crew here like almost every day, all day type of thing.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's every day, all day, but it's certainly a landscape that has to be cared for. You have to have people who know what they're doing. They have to be responsible for the pruning and the mulching and the removal of dead material, the stuff that dies back. I don't think it's going to, it will be substantial, but it's not something that's insurmountable. I think it's something that you need to do to be able to have a landscape that thrives so that it can do its job, basically.
So I guess what I'm asking as you move forward to think about what that care is going to take and what form is it going to take. And, you know, obviously there'll be an operation and maintenance manual that comes along with this project. And I'd like to see a healthy section of it talk and address the landscape.
Sure.
And part of that, I think, Chip, right, would be handling snow removal and things and not wanting to disturb some of these areas that we're spending a lot of care trying to put in place, right, by just pushing snow into areas that kind of defeat the purpose and can create more problems down the road, right, pushing salt and other things, right?
That's correct, yeah, and I know
Probably
we've
gonna be a
coordinated with
salt-free
civil on
area,
that.
probably. I
Yeah,
don't know
but
what
snow storage for
Concom's
sure.
gonna request, but yeah, and they've gotta have storage, snow storage areas and a snow plan and all of that, because one of the things we certainly don't wanna do is lose parking spaces, right? Because they're critical. So, you know, what is the plan? Are we hauling? Are we stockpiling? What are we doing? So there's a lot to go for as we move forward to understand the operation of this project.
Ian, did you have a comment?
No, I agree. We've been coordinating with a civil engineer on the snow storage areas and things like that, but I think we need to continue that discussion.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry, Matt Tamika with the applicant. We're fully willing to put together a very, and spend some time with the operations and maintenance plan to cover all these things. I think we're, kind of mutually incentivized here to get this right, trying to deliver a really good project here and making sure that it's maintained properly. And we'll have, snow storage plan included as part of that, as well as the landscape maintenance plan.
Yeah, and the other part was the first part of the presentation in the architectural. I like talking about the amenities, and obviously I've harped on this numerous times about, what's here, the grab and goes that you've talked about. So it's important as we move forward with the O&M and exactly, what space is carved out, where do I grab my coffee when I'm waiting for the shuttle in the morning? Those type, I think, things that are going to keep people on site, hopefully add to using the shuttle and things like that, so that we can keep traffic to a minimal. So as you start thinking about what those amenities are, I really want to hear more about how they interact with the 400 resident units.
Totally agree. Something just to briefly note here, something actually, honestly, in this new design that we considered a lot. So the amount of community space that we're including here is 60% increase over what we were previously showing, largely to address, things like that. All of these projects have what they have for amenity space, but we really wanted to make sure that we were including convenience type amenity for our tenants, so that this could be a project that, has people don't have to leave the site for minor things, but that also at the same time they can hop on the shuttle, go downtown to a restaurant, but for minor things they can get it, on site.
So as I remember, there was a discussion basically that had to do with the public sidewalk that's part of the town piece of property, basically about cleaning up the edges of that, particularly along the lake because it's so overgrown. And there was some work that was going to be done basically by this project to do that. And I would like to make sure that we keep that in mind. At the same time, the image of the nighttime setting from 4 stories, 5 stories up reminded me that that could be in this walk around the lake, particularly during the summer, basically is pretty active. And I guess the question that I wonder whether we don't need some pedestrian lighting of appropriate style to run both these walkways, but also to extend themselves along the Quantapowhat walkway where the pedestrians are walking. So it sort of happens at the front gate to the back gate, where in fact it's appropriately lit and inviting at the same time for that evening stroll, so to speak, for not just the people here, but for the people that come out at night, particularly during the summer. So I'd like to hear, at least have you guys look at that and hear what the proposal would be going forward in those areas.
Sure. Regarding the first point, in areas to be maintained closest to the lake, we're still fully committed to providing for that maintenance, and we're working actually with the town to try to come up with some concepts as for the parkland, if there are improvements to be made. I'll let Ian speak to specifically the lighting on that path though, and what we're proposing.
Right, so the paths that are within the open space, we're proposing bollard lights. So they're not visually very high, but they provide a regular spill of light, so that almost like beacon lighting, so that there's a safe level of lighting across the entirety of that walking surface. As you go along the parkway itself, we're keeping the existing light structures that are there, but we're replacing the heads and putting in more energy efficient and more sort of direct distribution lights, so that there's no more light trespass, and more focused light only where it's necessary. And then the lighting that's going to happen within that neighborhood street that we talked about, that'll be more of a pedestrian scale pole light that'll really illuminate sort of the ends, the gateways into the neighborhood, but also regularly occur as part of that sort of furnishing strip along the street.
But you're not planning on anything along the town's walkway at this point?
Currently, no, we've elected to keep that sort of natural and dark, because it is right up against the water and sort of a sensitive habitat.
Okay.
But I mean, we could look at that if that's something that the town's interested in.
Well, I just know it's a very active walk, and I want it to feel somewhat more secure, but I understand the other side of that coin too as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and people, Jim, walking the lake at night would have the option of using our path, which is closer to our buildings, more lit, and probably a safer path. So, don't
Yeah.
forget, people that are walking the lake are gonna have two options.
Yeah,
So
I understand.
One's going at night would probably opt for the ones further away from the lake just for that reason, because it will be a little bit lit and it will be closer to other people to make them feel safe. And we've also made commitments on our path to install the blue lights for the emergency call to the police if it's needed.
Okay.
All right,
So-
thank you.
I got a quick question, actually two quick questions. One's for the architect on buildings 1 and 2. You have that bridge between the two structures there. I appreciate the attempts to make it more permeable, but why have those bridges? Wouldn't
Yeah,
it be, what's the purpose of that? Because to me, it'd be more permeable if those bridges weren't there visually as well as, for pedestrian.
yeah, no, understood. I think the idea there is really to make sure that we have enough residents per floor that the community feels connected, and also to make sure that residents have good access from the left side of building 1 and the right side of building 2. We want to, if we can, provide the opportunity to get closer to those convenience amenities by allowing residents to go through the building rather than outside, especially in the winter. We've done these bridges before in other places, and what we've actually found is just if they're done well, if they're lit underneath in a really attractive way, and they're as thin as they are here, I mean, there's a huge difference between cutting a hole in a building and actually treating these like bridges. What we found is that these can actually be more welcoming and more attractive to walk through than a space between buildings if they're well done. We've seen so many examples where they're not. Completely understand your point, and I think it's a really good one and a really important one. We feel like having those bridges actually enhances the transparency from a pedestrian standpoint and the walkability more than if it was just a sort of a narrow space between two buildings, because then you kind of feel like you're on the ends of the buildings. It's not going to be as welcoming as if it feels like it's sort of step back and well lit and kind of framing your entry. Long answer to your question, understand your point completely, and it's something we're certainly open to continue to look at.
Yeah, if you could just take a peek, because I appreciate your point there, but I guess one of the concerns would be is how long is that stretch between one end of your property and another? That's like a quarter of a mile, maybe. That's a lot of building to be going past. If you're walking on the paths, right, and you don't enter your site, that's a lot of building mass for what is probably a quarter of a mile. So I guess I'm looking at it through that lens as well. So
understood.
If you could look at that. And then the other one's a really minor one. On those wet where you talk about storm management, those wet basins, what do you do for insect and mosquito controls, or anything you do there, or is it just the price of doing good stormwater management?
I believe there's a pest control program that either the environmental consultant or the civil engineer has proposed. But you're right. I mean, we are trying to bring back the ecology to a certain point. So there's going to be some bugs for sure. I mean,
Yeah,
it's
there's some trade-offs, but yeah.
yeah,
I hear you.
yeah. But I know there's a pest management as part of that O&M plan that we could get you.
Okay, thank you.
It's actually a mosquito management plan.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks, Tom. Anyone else?
I have a couple of things.
Amy?
I think I just feel very overwhelmed with a lot of things about this. I think the plantings for one, there's just a lot. There's a lot of different species, I guess. I don't know if that's the right term. And the building seems very modern and the plants seem very kind of like wildlife, wildflower type, have that feel to it. So I don't know. I'm just, if it's, to me, it's not matching up. I don't know. And I think there's just a lot of stuff everywhere you look, kind of. And then the part with the trying to bring back the animals and everything, I'm just curious, with all the nighttime picture that you showed had a lot of lighting and lit up street. It looks like, it's a really fun happening place, but I'm wondering how that's going to affect wildlife at night. If, what kind of light is that going to be during the nighttime, if that's where these animals going to go? And I don't know. I feel very overwhelmed by a lot of the stuff.
I think on the lighting side, there'll be less light on the outer periphery because we are relamping those existing lights with something that's not going to be as intense as what's out there now. And I think that, in conjunction with that landscape approach that we're doing between the wet basins and the conservation area and the existing wetlands, I think that's just going to sort of, enhance the corridor for the wildlife. So on the outer edges, I think that's going to be a better condition for them, as in addition to along the edge of the lake itself. But in that main courtyard and street area, I don't think that's going to be a highly trafficked wildlife area. So the light there would be sort of contained within those zones.
And then can you speak maybe to the kind of in my opinion, the overabundance of plant life and so many different types? And
yeah, so I think, we're intentionally trying to do something that is a counterpoint to what's out there today, right? Which is basically poorly drained lawn and a few selected trees that aren't really native. We're trying to bring back something that is got species that are, accustomed to living at the side of a lake and are things that have different ornamental characteristics to them, so that they look nice and they're interesting to look at beyond just lawn and a couple trees. So we're intentionally trying to make it more diverse. I think there's going to be a lot of continuum basically between the species that go in the rain gardens and what you see in the wet basins, and even some of the stuff that you see in what we call the general site area. Those species, those same types of shrubs and perennials can be used in multiple areas. They may not be located just in the rain garden. They may be in the rain garden, but also surrounding portions of the pool terrace. So there'll be some connectivity between those species recurring in different areas. I don't think each of these areas is going to look completely different from each other. There'll be some consistency.
Thank you.
And I'd just like to add to that, I just want to remind the board that pursuant to board member Lucy's request, that we had done a extensive tree inventory on the site. And one of the presentations we had made was that the terrible condition of a lot of the existing trees, some of which are dying and some of which are suffering because they're not being maintained properly. And part of our program that we presented is to rehabilitate the trees that are worth keeping, and also even to relocate some of the good trees on the site, to put them in other areas to make sure that the good trees that are there are saved. And the other point is just on the plantings, correct me if I'm wrong, Ian, but a lot of the stuff you're showing, there are multiple colors, etc. but a lot of them are going to be at different seasons, correct?
That's correct. Yeah, we want them to do something throughout the year, but they're not going to all be doing their thing continuously. So some will fade, some will come up, some will fade, some will come up. So it won't be this riot of color all the time, but there will be something happening hopefully throughout the entire year. That's how you support butterflies and birds and things like that, by having continuous bloom.
Amy's all set. Anyone else?
I'm Mike Feely.
Yep.
I'll be quick. I think as things have built out here, that some of the renderings are just pretty impressive, including the restaurant, and the one that came from the back that was looking through the lake was impressive. I think it would be helpful, and maybe I missed this, but to get some sort of what that lit up effect would be like from the other side of the lake, the roadway, basically how it would come across, how visually will this affect the other side of the lake? And if you can do a rendering from that angle, could you do one from across the lake to see what people are going to be looking at? Because I think that's a lot of what's going on. A lot of people would like to see that.
Yeah, I mean, we're certainly happy to try, Mike. Appreciate the comment. What we end up struggling, and we'll absolutely look at it. Even in this rendering, you can see the other side of the lake is kind of like just these tiny little things, and so at most it'll end up reading in a rendering like a little bit of a glow, and we'll certainly try to render it. I understand how important views across the lake are to the town. We've spent a lot of time thinking about that and looking at it, so we'll absolutely take a look. I'm just trying to manage your expectations a little bit.
No, I get it. I mean,
it's tricky.
We'll
We'll
do
do
the
it.
other side of the lake and you see Jordan's furniture.
Yeah, which
people have that in their head, and
understood.
anything that's better than that thought would be great to show people.
100%, Mike. I agree.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Anyone else?
Yeah, real quick. Brian, back to Tom's point about the bridge and to Mike's point, can you get a rendering of that also so we can see? Yeah.
Absolutely.
It might make sense if we go to the first rendering. I think you'll actually be able to maybe see how subtle. I believe it should pick up in this.
Yeah, I think they're tough to see. I think what they're looking for, Matt. I think I really understood the comment. We will almost want a head-on view of what it feels like, so you can understand the experience of walking under it. So you understand how transparent it feels, right? I think I get where you guys are going with that.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay. Thank you for the presentation. Brian, was there something else tonight?
No, not on our end. We did traffic and in this.
In these updates. Just going back to my notes. I think that was the, okay. All right. Well, at this time, we'll open up the public testimony. If anyone from the public has a comment or question, please raise your hand in the Zoom meeting, and I will call on you at this time. Okay, the first hand I see up, Matt. I'm not sure how to pronounce your last name.
Yeah. Hi, Matt Tyhatch, 2 Stony Hill Lane. Just a quick question. It was hard to tell. Is there a playground on site in this plan?
We don't currently have one programmed. I think that certain areas, like you'll right here, you'll see on the left-hand side and the right-hand side, there's 2 courtyards. As we continue to design this project, we'll continue to kind of put programs for those. I don't find it unconceivable at all that, play equipment would definitely be, a consideration for those areas.
Okay. But I guess so there is a playground just east, but it's very busy, and certainly that could be an opportunity to better the public with this project.
Thank you. Appreciate that comment.
Yep. Thank you. That's it.
Thanks, Matt. Anyone else? Just looking for hands, looking for video. Not seeing any other hands going up, so we'll close the public testimony for the evening. So I assume January 12th, what's our, got a few comebacks here potentially from tonight, Brian. What else, board members, what else do we think we need to see or hear? What's on your punch list?
Well, one of the things that I would like to do, I don't know if it'd be helpful for the board if we started putting a draft list of, commitments and benefits of the project. A lot has been provided over all the testimony, and I might suggest it would help in your deliberations on this, and just to kind of keep a list going, which would almost be, it's early for a draft conditions per se, but at least just kind of to keep track. We've presented all these things that we're committed to do, and I think it might just be a good idea to start putting those on a written down list.
Okay. And it seems like each meeting we get a presentation, but at the end of the day, we're going to need to know that we've got an updated set of plans. So do those plans we got from November 12th, those are still, I think I'm just looking at my various files, civil, architectural, landscape, they're all dated November. Those are the latest, right?
Yeah.
So
The revised plan set,
yeah,
that represents the latest. Yep.
okay. Because if there are any updates, we want to make sure we got those.
And then Matt needs to give you an update on the conservation too, just kind of where we are with them, because they're kind of working in sync with you guys. So
an update tonight or at the January?
yeah, just a quick update. Matt, can you do that, please?
Sure. Yeah. So we've been working with the Conservation Commission. As I understand it, they're ending a peer review process right now. We have a meeting with them at the beginning of January to discuss that peer review. We've been working with the peer reviewer, but I would say that that process is also beginning to kind of close up.
Okay. I'm just trying to think what else, got on the mental list, projects of this nature.
Did we ever talk about materials and stuff? I don't think those were in the actual list, right? Like stuff, if we're getting to that level, if we're starting to talk about commitments that'll then become conditions or something, I think before we even get there, I don't think we've talked about, I may have missed them in the package you sent on the 12th. I don't think there's materials in there. I don't think there's signage in there. There's presumably going to be a lot of signage in this, stuff like that. Where things are placed on the, finalization of where elevator overrides are, things are placed on the roof. I know that's getting minute, but it seems like that's the direction we're moving.
I don't think we have, Greg. I think you're right about that.
Okay.
So traditionally, Matt, what Greg's talking about, and Brian, I think you've got experience with this from other projects in Wakefield, is the board usually wants a materials booklet detailing the materials, what it's made of, colors, for each aspect of buildings and patios or pavers, etc. Lighting, fixtures, railings, details on railings, and that's something that, Brian, you've got experience with that on other projects we've done. And then typically, Matt,
pull that together.
Yeah, and the board would want to see some, like you're talking about the colors not being orange, they want to see some real materials delivered to the town that they can then go down and touch and feel and look at in regular daylight.
Absolutely. Yep.
Yeah. And from my standpoint, Brian, as we draw, it's great, like, oh, that's programming space that can get developed and we're talking about that. Well, develop it. No more talking about it. Let's figure out what we're really getting. On the amenities, let's figure out what we're really getting. How's that guy getting that cup of coffee? We've taken a lot of broad strokes at things. Now it's time to get down to the detail.
Absolutely.
All right, so materials, lighting, have we gone through a lighting summary? I don't know.
No, I think we might need a lighting plan on this project.
Right. we've heard them described, bollards and pedestrian lights and
Yeah,
so forth,
but
and those should be spec'd out as well, what style and bulbs and color, temperature, and all the rest of it. So materials, lighting, signage, amenities are the 4 items I just captured potentially for next time.
I mean, and on all these plans, I don't see snow storage. I mean, it's time to get to the details.
Trash storage, removal.
And I don't know if you need to talk about it now, but I'm sure Jim will eventually, from those materials, want to see a mock-up. If we talk about where, especially on these, maybe multiple, I don't know, Jim, how that works, but
On this,
multiple
on
mock-ups,
this,
if it's,
on this, there will be,
yeah,
yes.
so I would start thinking about that.
What's that? The T word?
What's
The
that?
transformer locations? No, I didn't hear you, Greg. What were you saying? What?
No, multiple
Mock-ups.
mock-ups, because these
the
buildings
mock-ups,
are,
yeah.
there's different cuts and different stuff in this building where they'll want them, like what will need to be presented in the mock-ups. We'll probably need to hear about that. I know, again, just getting minute, but the details is.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, we have the executive summary of what this is gonna be, but what is the actual story?
Well, we also don't have unit layouts basically within the buildings of each tier, basically. So, parking garage, basically lighting, what's the whole layout for those as well. Signage has already been mentioned, but parking requires its own bit of signage as well. So there's still, we're still getting broad strokes on a lot of stuff. And I agree with Chip, basically, there's much more detail to come.
Right.
I'd
The
like to
signage
see
back.
samples too, not just
sorry,
the booklet. What's that?
I'm sorry, I stepped on you. What
Oh,
else?
no, I was saying I'd like to see samples of product too, not just a book.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Brian mentioned that, bringing stuff down to the building department. Yep. Okay. So again, that might not all be for January 12th. We've got holidays and
Yeah,
that's a lot to cover, but at least there's a punch list there that the team can go off and work and we can, Brian, as always, will send us materials ahead of the meeting when they feel they have something ready. And we'll cover them in the upcoming meetings, right?
Well, it's also like Foundry Street where we had the layout for the second floor garden layout, basically. So you've got like 3-4 courtyards here, the layout for those and what's in them, basically that to that level of detail that we had basically on, 69 Foundry on that second floor. So we want to see, that sort of level of detail as well.
Right. They had grills and benches and landscaping and everything. Yep.
Yeah,
So we know what we're getting at the end of the
Yeah,
day.
so for Ian's benefit, what Mr. McBain's talking about, Ian, is that it would be like, what's gonna be there in a planting schedule with designated plants where they're going.
Sure. Yeah, almost like a design development plan that quantifies things.
Yeah.
Yes, any sort of sitting walls or furniture, grills or something like that. And like you say, you got a pool in some area.
Sure.
Each one of these little courtyard areas, I think, deserve their own attention at a larger scale.
Sure.
Okay. Anything else for now?
I guess,
I guess-
Mr. Chairman, my question is, I know they've got a lot to do between now and January 12th. Do they think they can come back with something substantial that starts answering these questions, or do they need more time, given that, it's holidays all between now and the 12th?
I think candidly, I think we actually have a lot of these materials, so I think we'd be in a position to provide at least an initial presentation on January 12th, responding to the majority of these items.
Yeah, but how about not just the majority? How about let's close the loop on some of this stuff, like not have any loop, like this is it. This is everything we're doing. So as long as you can do that, I don't want to just keep coming back to subjects and coming back and coming back. It's like, close it out.
I think we'd be prepared to do that. Yep.
Okay.
I guess I have one other question, Dave. and maybe it's settled in some people's heads. I've heard a little bit of diversity of opinion. And we talked about if 440 units and the exact scale of this thing is right.
Well, I mean, what do you want to discuss about it? I mean, we've gotten a lot of information about this, including the traffic numbers, which I think we held off and said, let's wait till we get all the info. We now have the parking and traffic flow info. We got some follow-ups tonight.
Right. I thought the plan was we get all that information and then talk about scale. If people are fine with it, I'll bite my tongue. You know, if I'm in the minority, that's fine.
Tom, I'm with you. I'm not fine with it.
And I think it should be bigger. So there's lots of opinions.
That's what I mean. I've said I've heard the
Which is
diversity.
worthwhile discussion. I mean.
Right. I've said I've heard the diversity of opinion. I just don't know if we've all. I don't recall having the conversation. That's all I'm saying.
We haven't. Tom, your memory is correct. We were going to get all the information, and then there was going to be a meeting just to talk about size. So maybe that's what happens on the 12th. So that everybody can air their opinions.
Okay.
Because if it's not the right size, or people are feeling it's not a good project, then to waste time going much more into detail doesn't make sense.
That's my point. Why look at materials if, you know, especially
Right.
if the 5 regular voting members, if they're there, they're there. If they're not, what are we doing? Right. So.
Yeah, that was my fault. I thought no one raised it after we heard from traffic, so I thought it was settled in people's minds. So
I
that was
think,
my fault.
I think also it would be important to get those renderings from across the lake and other parts around the lake that we talked about, because 440 units is what? It's, how does this thing look? I mean, is it massive? Is it, you don't really get that yet. And how does it look from across the lake? And how does it look just from the shoreline?
Well, I
Is that
think
really what it's about? It's like, is this just, I mean, it's the impact with traffic and all that, but visually, what does this thing really look like? What are you going to experience from the walkway? I'm sorry, go ahead.
I think we need more 3D renderings basically of this, you know, from the 4 sides, even from the highway side. What's it look like? You know, so we've got tastes of it, but we can't see the whole thing basically. So to me, it's not just the view from across the lake, but it's also basically around the perimeter of this whole thing. We don't, you know, we're not seeing the whole thing at this point. And I think the aesthetics of this thing will make a difference basically as to how people feel. Does it look too massive, or does it fit in? If in fact it's been determined that there's no real issue with traffic and parking, then now we're down to we've got a new design before us basically, but what's it look like, you know, around the whole perimeter? Doesn't necessarily have to be from the ground. It could be 6 stories up, you know, a fly around, whatever, basically something that will give us a better perspective at what we're really seeing. It's snapshots at this point. It's not really giving us the full perspective.
Okay, so Matt and team and others, can we get that next time?
Get that.
Okay.
Then I'd propose, Dave, that we talk about the size and that be the meeting. Not get
Okay.
into the details of amenities or colors or anything else. Just talk about the size.
Okay.
And either get people comfortable or not comfortable.
All right, then that's what we'll do at the next meeting. Okay, so with
What do you want
that,
us to provide? What do you want us to provide? Just so we fully understand it for the next meeting.
I mean, board members, other than those renderings that just visually might just help us see from different points, or like different aspects across the lake, out in front by the lake, by the highway, you know, just renderings from different sides of this property, given the current design. What
It
else
could
would
be-
board
it
members
could-
want to see to help
it
that
could-
facilitate that? Go ahead.
It could be a fly around, basically. It's all about the massing and the design, basically, that I think is important for people to understand it in its full glory.
And I would just suggest well enough ahead of time. It may even be more than the Friday before the meeting for us to actually sit down and, study these by ourselves before. I don't think that, there even needs to be a presentation. It might just be us discussing, unless anyone else disagrees, unless we have questions, obviously, on what we're looking at, but it seems more of an internal discussion than applicant trying to defend it.
No, we'd
Also-
want them to, we'd want them to share what they gave us because the members of the public wouldn't have seen
Yeah,
it.
yeah, no, but not a full, 440 units because X, Y, and Z, share what they gave us, yes, but not I think they've already shared all of the information other than the viewpoints, the new
Right,
viewpoints.
so I'm asking the board members, what else do you need to see from the applicant? To Brian's point, what should they be prepared to bring or send us in advance to facilitate that discussion? And I've heard renderings. Is there anything else?
Well, I know people said renderings, from across the lake. I'd like to see kind of walking around the whole lake. I don't know how difficult that is, but
You mean from, say, like somewhere on
different
North Ave,
viewpoints.
somewhere on Main Street?
right.
Okay,
Like, you don't see it from North Ave.
No,
No, not with all the houses and trees in between, or maybe you do, but I don't think so.
You're gonna
But
go.
what
and
is it gonna look like coming down? What does it look like from the entrance of North Ave looking in? What does it look like from the Rotary looking in, from the
Right.
playground, those type of things?
yeah, like by BB's Cove and
Right.
Exactly what we did with Tarrant Lane, more viewpoints, but we did the same exact thing when they built a 3D model for us.
right.
okay.
Let me ask just for you, Mr. Chair, because Brian O'Connor, do you have enough time to do that by the 12th for the holidays? Or do you need an extra 2 weeks? Because I want to make sure.
Well, I'm trying to, there are a lot of viewpoints from outside the project looking at it along the places around the lake where you could see it. And then there are a large number of viewpoints within the project and from 128. So I think my worry is, I could put together a list of 10 renderings. And, inevitably, we're not going to get everything that everybody's going to want to see. So I want to do the best job we can to make sure that the board has what they need. I don't think we could do 10 renderings between now and the 12th of January. I mean, it's possible. But again, I think we need to take a little time to even make sure that we know which renderings are going to be the ones that you guys need. So I'd love to come back on the 12th and give you guys as many renderings as we can and try to make sure that we're telling the story. I just know there's probably going to be 1 or 2 views that people want to see that we're going to miss, not because we don't care, but just because it's hard to know what people want to see. And sometimes you don't know until you see it. You say, well, this is great, but what if we were like another 100 yards that way? So we'll do the best we can, Brian. I think we should try to target the 12th, and we'll try to give you guys what we think you need.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. If we run into a time crunch, Mr. Chair, we'll just let you know. We'll just push it a meeting.
Okay.
Do you have a model now?
We do. Yeah, we have a complete 3-dimensional model of everything that you've seen. That's the basis of the renderings that we've produced already.
So wouldn't that be advantageous, basically, because then you can move around the model. Basically, it may not be as detailed, say, as the renderings would be, but it would give you a sense of massing, basically, from the model, and you can move around and set yourself at different viewpoints, basically, to give people an idea whether it's on the ground at 6 feet or whether it's up at 60 feet. Basically, it would, within the model, you can basically at the time presenting it, people can ask, can you get a point here or there, basically out of this model? And if you already have it, maybe there's some dressing up that has to happen, that it might be somewhat rough and it won't have as much detail as a rendering, but it would basically give the opportunity maybe to identify some additional renderings at the same time from viewpoints that people want to see.
I agree, Jim, 100%. We will try. My thought is we produce as many renderings as we can for the 12th that are at a higher level and focus on the areas that people mentioned specifically. And then we're certainly happy to have the three-dimensional model available so we can move around. Like you said, the quality of the model in its three-dimensional active form is a completely different animal. So as long as people are comfortable with the roughness of that, I think it's something we'll certainly try to prepare for the 12th.
For renderings, also think about day and night from across the lake.
Well, he can also within the model, he can basically show you different times of day.
Not very well, Jim. I mean, it's really the modeling that we use is it'll throw shadows at different time of day, but it's not going to be a day and night kind of model. So
no, I understand. But if people want to know something about the shadowing or something
absolutely.
Like that, because with the shadowing, basically, it also gives a perspective of depth and how it breaks things down, basically. So
totally agree.
And you're right. I mean, it's a rough study model, so to speak, for massing. But I think the board basically through past projects understand what that is. It's not the detail that a rendering is, but whatever renderings you can provide plus the model would give an opportunity basically for us to clearly understand the mass. Because in this way, we basically get positioning basically on the mass of this thing. You could put yourself on a boat on the lake, basically, and look back towards it and get a sense of the massing.
100%, Jim.
Also with that, is there an opportunity to look at like this end of the lake in total, along with your buildings to the left and Brian's office park and all of that, so that we know, how does this, by itself, it might be large. When you put it next to the building and the other buildings that you also can see with it might not be as large. So, in context is very important.
Yeah,
I can't do that. I know, I totally agree with you, but I mean, we will try to throw in
even from Google Earth.
Yeah, the Google Earth modeling looks great when you're in it. When you try to dovetail that with three-dimensional modeling programs, it's a mess. We're certainly happy to try. Look, our goal here is to give you guys everything you need to help make smart decisions. So we'll do the best we can.
Don't leave out Home Depot.
Nothing's gonna.
I want to see where the Home Depot sign fits on top of Building 4, Building 3, from across the lake. I think you get both Home Depot and Jordan's.
Okay, guys, have we pretty much beat this one?
I think so.
I think so.
Okay, I'd like to get it back on the rails and move on. We've got 3 other hearings. All right, so we have a plan for next time. I appreciate the input and whatever you can provide, we'll get it in advance. Folks will have an opportunity to digest it a little bit before the meeting.
I move that we continue this to January 12th.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Thankfully not. All in favor, Chip?
Yes.
Jamie?
Yes.
Jim?
Yes.
Joe?
Yes.
And I vote yes. Okay. Thanks for the updates tonight and discussion, and have a good holiday to those that won't be staying on for the rest of the call.
Thank you.
And Happy New Year. We'll see you in January. All right, thank you.
Happy New Year.
Okay, appreciate everyone's patience. We are moving right along now into new hearings. First one on the list, 22-27 and 28, Warren W. Magoon and Grace C. Magoon at 27 Outlook Road.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Attorney Brian McGrail representing the entire Magoon family, Warren, Grace, Matt, and Kerry. Warren and Grace, I believe, are still on. I think they're getting tired, as everybody is. And I know Matt is on. So Warren and Grace are the owners of the property at 27 Outlook Road. Their son, Matt, and daughter-in-law, Kerry, desire to move in with them. And this is a request for an accessory apartment at 27 Outlook Road and the necessary relief that goes with it. The Magoons have been my neighbors for 30 years. I live at 81 Outlook Road, right around the corner. You can kind of see their house right out my window now. And I've been here for 30 years, as I've said. The Magoons have actually been in the neighborhood for 45 years, quite some time. They want to stay in the neighborhood where I think everybody in the neighborhood is glad that's the case. They have a beautiful home and they want to stay there while able to get some assistance from their son and daughter-in-law who will move in. The plan is that Warren and Grace will move into the accessory apartment and Matt and Kerry and the children will move into the main house. So it would meet the requirements of an accessory apartment. As you will see as we go through this presentation, there is a lot of support from neighbors on this application. Everybody in the neighborhood is glad to see them stay and bring Matt back home and Kerry and the grandchildren with them. So I think it might be best that I start with a site plan that kind of gives the board an idea of the property. So as I mentioned, the Magoons are at 27 Outlook Road. Their property is a very large piece of property. It's situated in the single residence district. It is by far the biggest property in the neighborhood, probably the most stately home, in my opinion, in the neighborhood. Beautiful home. It's at the intersection of Strathmore Road and Outlook Road. In this district, only 12,000 square feet is required. The Magoons lot is 48,802 square feet, over an acre. It meets all of the current zoning requirements. It has 120 feet of frontage, meets lot width, lot area, and frontage. What they're proposing, and I'll get into it in a little bit more detail, is they're proposing an addition to the house in the back, which they have plenty of room. The house is conforming except for the side setback. We would like the board to, also determine that there's certainly no intensification of any nonconformities because the addition, as you can see, is proposed to be 20 feet away from the lot line where the current house is 8.5 feet. So as you will see, as we go through the plans a little bit, the proposal is that this rear wing of the house that exists will be combined with the addition for the accessory apartment. And then there'll also be an improvement to the attic space that will be incorporated into the house. And we'll go through that a little bit as we go through the floor plans.
Brian, can you go back to that site plan? Who did that?
Hold on, Chip. Robert Grover.
Okay, this was done this summer. Okay.
July, yep. July 15th.
Yeah.
You okay?
Yep.
Okay, great. As I mentioned, this does involve an addition and it involves finishing off the attic space. That is why the applications before you involves a variance request. As I've mentioned, the property can easily accommodate the addition and the finished attics because of the significant lot size. I think it probably is best to bring up the architectural plans to kind of lay this out, and then I can go through some of the neighbors' support and go through the standards of the special permit in the variance. Okay. So these plans have been submitted. I also, Friday submitted some more details, but what you're looking at now has been submitted. Basically, this shows you the existing footprint. Probably the easiest idea to get an idea on the houses is, if you recall, when I showed you the site plan, this is the existing back piece of the house that will be incorporated into the accessory apartment. And then we're proposing an addition off the back, which steps in from the sideline and goes back. The calculations on this are here. We're going to get into the detailed requirements of the how the in-law will work from a perspective. This shows the in-law addition being added. As I've mentioned, it steps back from the sideline. And this was the calculation I was looking for. So this gives you calculations for proposed main house and proposed in-law. Okay.
So Brian, I'm sorry, go back to that calculation, please.
Yep.
Okay, so certainly meets the minimum requirements for an accessory apartment with this addition,
Correct.
but it's
Exceeds the
significantly more
percentage of
than-
it exceeds the 25%, which your board can waive, which I was going to get into.
okay, you're gonna go there, right?
Yep. Yep. That's why I thought it'd be better. You know, it's kind of hard to do this on Zoom. I thought I would it might be best to kind of show the plans and then go through the requirements, Mr. Chair, if that's okay.
That's fine. Okay.
Yeah. And basically, these plans were done by Pegasus Design. They're really well done. They're probably more detailed than you would see in the average in-law that's presented. So they're showing there's going to be some finishing done to the basement. This is the existing basement where the garage is slab, and underneath that back portion that exists is just crawl space. Existing first floor. And I'm going to kind of go through these quick because I think what you really want to see is what the proposal is. But second floor. And these are helpful because this is the elevation, as I've mentioned, beautiful home. This is the front elevation. The house, as you saw from the site plan, sits significantly back from the street, an extremely private lot. Doesn't, the addition and what's happening in the backyard will have absolutely no impact on anyone around. You can barely see it. It's all wooded back there, very private backyard. And the back of this yard falls off to memory lane, so that the houses in the back sit way below this house, so they can't even see the back of it. So the addition will have no impact to the front of the house. This is the side of the house where these are the existing conditions. So this is the back wing. You'll see the addition comes off of this back wing as we go. This is a view from the opposite side of the garage, or where the addition is going to go. This is the existing back of the house, and this is where the addition will get constructed off of. And this is from the other side. So this is the garage right here, and as you can see, it already goes back, and then we want to put it back further. So this details the addition a little bit. The architect went into this detail. This is the existing 2 bedrooms that you saw in the back of the house. Now the addition will be constructed, as I mentioned, it steps in about 9 feet, 8.5 feet, and it's constructed on the back of the house where virtually nobody can see it. This this is an overview that kind of details the in-law. So where those 2 bedrooms were, the kitchen and the living area and bedroom. Just kind of details pictures of the accessory apartment. This I think is helpful. So this really shows the addition and how it fits in. So where my cursor is now, this is the front of the house facing Outlook Road. This is the existing garage with a room behind it, and this is where the addition would be constructed. And you can see it on these angles. So there's the side of the garage, and this is the addition going in the back. Really kind of creates a little bit of a nice courtyard behind the house. And these are the elevations, which kind of detail it. Again, as I mentioned, there's really no impact from the front of the house. This is the opposite side of the house from the existing house from the addition, but you can kind of see it in the back where it's constructed on. And I'm going to kind of go through these a little bit quick because I'm probably boring you at this point. So this is the proposed second floor. They're just going to do improvements. And then part of the proposal too is they want to finish the attic, so that one of the variance aspects is we're expanding, I'll get into it, but we're expanding the house and creating a 3rd story. And on the finishing of the attic and technically creating that 3rd story under the bylaw, I want to stress that we're not changing the roof line at all. No changes to the exterior roof of the house. And that's basically it. Before I leave this screen, Mr. Chair, do any board members have any questions on the plans?
Sounds like none.
Okay. Let me get back to the.
As you said, they look nicely done and
Yeah, and I haven't seen detail
clearly
like
show
this.
what the plan is, but I think there might be some questions about the plan.
I'm sorry, Dave.
I think the plans are done nicely. I think the questions might come when we get into the details of the permit and the variance.
Got it. Okay. Hang on, let me just get here. All right. So what we're seeking is a special permit under section 190.22 for an accessory apartment. As you know, the bylaw is conducive to this for exactly situations with the lagoons to allow people as they age to stay in their single family homes and welcome family members back and to kind of bring everybody together. And I think this is the perfect circumstance because, as I mentioned, there's really no impact on the neighbors. The neighbors actually support it. And the bylaw is conducive to this. So the requirements under the bylaw, it's under 190.22 F, is the first requirement is the accessory apartment may be created only within single family dwellings, which are located on lots meeting the minimum lot area and width requirements of the applicable zone. As I showed on the site plan, this easily meets all of those requirements. The second requirement is owner occupancy. That basically the owners of the one family lot on which the accessory apartment is located shall occupy at least one of the dwelling units. And the special permit is issued to the owner. If there's a change of ownership, as you know, it has to come back to the board. So as I've stated, the entire Magoon family is going to reside here. So certainly that requirement is met. The next requirement is that the special permit shall be issued on a year-to-year basis, and the Board of Appeals shall not renew any permit where the need for accessory uses no longer exists. And you have the ability to require a bond or surety to ensure that any improvements made are removed at the expiration of the special permit. And normally the board will take a letter certifying that they will comply with that. That's what we would ask here. The next requirement is an accessory apartment must be located in the principal dwelling, provided that such principal dwelling conforms to the other requirements of this chapter, unless a variance shall have been granted by the zoning board. As I've mentioned, we have applied for a variance. The size, the minimum floor area for an accessory apartment has to be minimum of 300 square feet, meet that requirement, but it cannot exceed 25% of the habitable area of the dwelling in which it is located, unless, in the opinion of the board, a greater or lesser amount of the floor area is wanted by the specific circumstances of the particular building. I think it's warranted here to go over that. Extremely big house on an extremely big lot. And I don't think anything that they're doing is untasteful. And I think it certainly fits into the neighborhood. So I think there is ability for the board to waive that requirement if you choose to do so.
And what was the number that it was exceeding to, 40-something%?
I think it was 44.
44.
Yeah. The next issue is the issue that we're asking for the variance. It says the accessory apartment shall not involve the extension or enlargement of the principal dwelling, except to provide access to egress, nor shall it change the single family characteristic of the dwelling. So what we're doing here is we are extending and enlarging because we're putting an addition on, and we are finishing the attic, creating a third story, which requires a variance. We've applied for a variance. I think when you look at the unique circumstances of this lot, the unique circumstances of the structure, there is requirements of a variance for the board to be able to grant it have been met. And we would ask for that variance. And I think it's a reasonable ask in these circumstances. The next one is there shall not be more than one accessory apartment for a total of 2 dwellings. That's certainly being met. And it's the application for accessory apartment shall be subject to approval solely by the Board of Appeals. So your board has sole discretion on this. So I would, as I've mentioned, I believe we meet those special permits. I believe there's justification to waive the percentage requirement. I would respectfully suggest that the standards for the variance as it relates to the addition and finishing the attic / third story are met, especially where the roof line isn't being changed. As I've stated, I don't think there's any intensification of that addition. It's not going any closer to the property line. It's going further back. The Magoons, we've combed the neighborhood. There is support amongst the neighbors. We have a support that we'd like to present. If I could just hang on one second.
You muted yourself.
Yeah, I had to yell at my dog for a minute. Sorry about that.
Oh, okay.
So as I mentioned, the Magoons have been here since 1977. I moved into 1992. I think I've been here for a long time. So they're seniors of the neighborhood and very well respected and liked. This is support of the neighbors. I'm included on this. As you can see, my wife Melissa and I are both supportive. And most importantly, though, all of the direct abutters are on this list and support it. All aspects. Actually, some of them were glad the Magoons weren't doing something more with their property, which has 49,000 square feet and they could be probably developed more, but they were very pleased that they were staying and committed to the neighborhood and not selling it out. And I think that this might be helpful to the board.
So the folks that signed that actually saw the plans.
Yeah, Mr. Magoon went around and met with them personally.
Okay. Because heard of conversations that may have happened with other applications, right? But they may not have actually seen the plan. And that sometimes comes back to be a problem. So just figured I'd ask.
So Brian, this house is so big, why can't they deal with it within the structure? Basically, we've dealt with much smaller houses that have been turned into in-law units. And as you've already pointed out, this is fairly large, this is pretty large.
Well, I'm sure they, anything can happen, Jim, but I mean, everything's relative too, right? So, it's a big house and they really want to keep the character of that home because it's, value of a home and to take that away could really impede the value of this home.
Well, the same can be said for smaller houses. We have one that's been pulled out from under us right now, which is turning the garage into a unit basically, but they're following the regulations as to how much square footage and the like, assumingly that they can utilize out of that house. And losing your garage is, that doesn't help the property value either.
No, but some people don't have the room to add on. I mean, they have very small lots and they.
Well, you're in theory, you're not supposed to be adding on.
Well, but the
yes,
bylaw,
okay, maybe we have the authority to allow it, but in most cases, basically, others are doing it within the structure.
That's not always the case. We've had ones that additions have been involved.
And most lots in Wakefield are not that big.
And what it says is it must be located in the principal dwelling, provided principal dwelling conforms to the requirements, unless a variance is granted by the board. So it contemplates a variance.
So Brian, that was going to be my question though. So you read that as that last clause there, unless a variance therefore shall have been granted, as modifying an accessory apartment must be located in the principal dwelling, right? Not the second part, provided that such principal dwelling conforms to the other requirements of this chapter. That's how I read it. If it doesn't, because I think if the way you read it, Brian, you also need a relief from, right, the accessory, number 7, the accessory apartment shall not involve the extension or enlargement of the principal dwelling, except, for access. That isn't modified by unless a variance provided therefore. So by powers of deduction, we don't have the authority to grant a variance thereunder if it doesn't have that modified.
It's interesting, Greg. So I've conferred with town council on this, and you're welcome to get an opinion, because before I applied for this, I wanted to make sure that he was in agreement that we were able to apply for a variance from this requirement. And his opinion is we are. Your board can vary anything in the bylaw except the use. You can vary requirements in this bylaw by issuance of a variance.
Okay, so then I think that means you just have to read 5 as, because I would agree with that.
Five is an odd.
No, I don't think it is. If you look at it, if you don't read it the way you did, you read the variance modifying the requirement. It's really modifying the provided that such principal dwelling conforms to the other requirements of this chapter, unless a variance has already been provided in the past. I don't want to belabor this point.
No. I mean, it's interesting because I struggle with that provision. So to me, it's kind of, so what's it mean that if you have an illegal house, you can't do an apartment or an accessory apartment? It's kind of, an accessory apartment must be located in the principal dwelling, provided that such principal dwelling conforms to the other requirements of this chapter. I mean, if it doesn't conform, then you get an illegal house. So I guess that's what that's saying. You have to have a legal house to do a. So I guess I'm agreeing with you, Greg. That what you're saying is the justification for the variance isn't really pursuant to 5, but we can apply for a variance from 7, which we've done anyways.
Yeah, you just can't read it the way you read it, because then if you do, then we don't have the authority to provide.
I don't disagree.
From any other line item that doesn't have that last clause.
Yeah, points well taken. But you do, but to answer the question and address it, you do have the authority to give a variance on this.
Okay.
On,
Then the prong, but then the prong of the variance kicks in and we have to determine owing to unique circumstances related to soil condition, shape, or topography.
Yeah.
You
No,
know,
that was,
besides-
I'm just talking about the authority, not actual granting it.
I understand.
Yeah.
I understand.
So I thought
But-
this map might help though, because this tells you that basically everybody 35, 39, 6 Memory Lane, which can't even see this house, 2 and 25 have all signed that petition.
Understood, Brian, but the key question is what's the hardship?
Well, the
That's unique
hardship
to this lot.
is unique circumstances related to the lot. Look at the size of this lot compared to every other house every other lot in the neighborhood.
Isn't that a benefit, not a hardship?
No, well, no, that's not, no. So there's 3 prongs to a variance. The first is unique circumstances. Okay, unique circumstances are the shape of the lot as it relates to the lot. Then you have to look for the hardship. Okay, so the hardship is that, you know, basically they have a big lot. They can easily put an addition on this. They could construct that addition by right and then apply for the special permit. But it's economically, you know, then the other thing is the economics of it. It's not economically feasible to do that, because why would they want to take a chance that they're not going to get the special permit? So, you know, if people want to do end runs, and this has been done too, they could build a shell on the back of this house. Say, okay, now it's part of the principal dwelling. I'm not putting an addition on. Now I'm going to put an accessory apartment in there. But they're being upfront with exactly what they want to do, and they think it's the right way to go about it. So the unique circumstance is the lot characteristics. The hardship is that it's basically they have an ability to do an addition. They can meet the zoning requirements on the setback of the addition. They're not intensifying it. The third story aspect of the attic is they're not changing the roof line on it. And then, you know, the third prong to the variance is detrimental effect on the neighborhood. Well, in this case, is a positive effect on the neighborhood because all of the neighbors support it. As I've mentioned, the Magoons are one of the longest standing families in our neighborhood. Wonderful people. They want to stay in their home. So it's certainly not detrimental to the neighborhood. Everybody supports it. It's actually it's a benefit to the neighborhood. So I think there is justification, significant. Then, you know, when you talk about the impacts on the neighborhood, if I can. So Matt, I mean, this is really incredible when you look at this. It's worth showing. Because I talk about how big this lot is and the no impact, but this picture this is from the edge of their backyard, this picture. Not even on the neighbor's property. So, I mean, you know, the addition they're putting on the back, it's, you know, you're not going to see it from anywhere. And you can see, I mentioned that the third story component, it's already there. Look at the full dormer on the back of the house. It's already, there's no change on that roof line.
I have to agree with that, guys. I'm around the corner. I delivered papers in that neighborhood as a kid. I actually didn't like delivering to this house because it's so deep into the lot. You had to pedal all the way up the driveway to drop the paper off. I know the Mondellos who signed. I've been in the Mondellos' backyard many, many times. You can't, it will have zero visual impact, I think, on the neighbors, and the neighbors have signed off on it. So I agree that we got to go through some rigor here, but I do think it's met the standard, in my opinion.
Yeah, I don't have any question about the impact on the neighborhood. I just, you know, and as a matter of fact, just in full disclosure, I was at a seminar run by the state tonight on special permits and variances, and they reinforced how difficult it's supposed to be to get a variance and how particular boards are supposed to be with finding specific circumstances with a lot, right? Why it's unique, what's special about it. And other times we've always been able to find something, right? And the financial hardship. right? If they couldn't do it, if they had to meet the bylaw, what would be the financial hardship? Expanding their attic and putting an addition onto the house to accommodate the accessory apartment. I got to get my head around this hardship. I don't know them. They seem like nice people. I attest to what Brian's saying. I don't know them personally. But speaking as a chair of the board, I want to make sure that all board members who potentially are voting on this can find that those prongs are met here. That's all.
I mean, I look at it with the, I live in a multi-generational house. So having that extra space is something, I mean, to me, that is a hardship to be able to have that space. They're not, if they can't buy a home on their own, it's obviously very expensive to live in Wakefield, but they have the opportunity to do this and to help, take care of their parents, and their parents can help take care of their kids. And, I think that that's a type of hardship, in my opinion.
That hasn't been expressed to us by an applicant.
No, I'm saying it's a multi-generational household, though. That's typically what people do, is it's so people, you can care for your aging parents and,
Well, yeah, I mean, Greg, if we didn't present that, that is, I thought I did, that there was a benefit they were all gonna live there, and the Magoons, want to be able to age in place in their house, and
Amy charges by the hour too.
yeah, so I mean, that I thought I did kind of, but this kind of shows you how far back this house, I mean, there's certainly some unique circumstances to this property. And I think you need to factor that in. I mean, if we're on a thumbnail lot and we're looking to put a huge addition on for an accessory apartment, you might not have the unique circumstances that you have here. It's basically a wooded lot that's set about as far back as you can go. And even with how far set back the house is, it still has a gigantic backyard, as Mr. Lucy said.
Understood. It's just multiple things in play here. The overall addition needing to vary, the percentage of now the overall size of that accessory is almost half the entire living area, and expanding the attic, like all being done. That's a lot of variances to accommodate this family situation. And they're very fortunate to have the size of the house that they do, that, as we've said, a lot of houses in Wakefield do not have, but they've been able to shoehorn things into these other houses. Go ahead, Chip.
Yeah, so the interesting thing to me is that this is all they could have backdoored it, right? And they're not, because you could build this addition by right. Meets all the setbacks, lot coverage, everything else. I do think the lot is unique because of the size, so that it can handle it. I don't have a problem with it, given the size and shape of the lot. I can wrap my head around the topography and whatnot is unique circumstances to allow it.
I like the whole project, but I just want to point out, it's not, we keep saying, referring to unique. There is no unique in the bylaw. It's owing to circumstances relating to the soil conditions. So any circumstances relating to the soil conditions, shape, or topography of such land or structures, affecting such land or structures, but not the zoning district.
Okay.
A literal enforcement of the provisions of this chapter would involve substantial hardship, financial or otherwise. So it's not just saying, oh, this is unique. Around here, probably or a lot of lots are unique, but it's any circumstances that involve a substantial hardship, literal enforcement of. Don't get me wrong. I think the project is great. I wish I had the ability to do a project like that. Just enforcement of
yeah, I think
our job isn't to give I like or I don't like or an opinion. It's to enforce a bylaw.
But I think you can look at it in two different ways. When it says, the topography of the land, it doesn't necessarily have to be a bad thing. It can be, well, this, like Chip said, this lot can handle it.
No, I understood it, but it's not handle it. It involves a substantial hardship. So it's I know it's, yeah.
But it's all subjective, I think. Right? Yet you say that the hardship is subjective?
No,
Well,
I'm saying
hardship-
hardship involves the land and the soil and topography and staying in your home isn't necessarily aging in place, to my mind, isn't necessarily soil conditions, shape, or topography. I don't know.
But if it's-
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to beat a dead horse if this is gonna go forward anyways. It sounds like only Dave and I.
No, I see what you're saying. and-
Numbers.
Yeah, no, I see what you're saying, but if it was, if it was a lot like my size lot, then obviously this wouldn't be something that could happen. But where they have so much land and it's not going to be noticeable, and the hardship is, they want to age in place like a lot of people in this town do and can't, but they have that opportunity. So that's their hardship. They want to be able to stay here with their family.
No, I understood. And I have nothing. I think it's a great project, but. Yeah.
I'm just reading it again. I need to get my head around it. Anyone else have any comments or questions? Please feel free. Sounds like maybe nobody does.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with Trip. I mean, if they're just gonna, I mean, they could go just, like you said, just build it and then come back and not ask for the variance. So I mean, if they're coming straight out with it and they're just gonna do it anyways.
I get it. They could, and we know others have. We know it's happened in the past. And that
Right,
could
then
be-
we feel
so,
played.
Yeah.
So at least it is place.
Yeah. I'm just doing a calculation here. Hang on a second.
Brian, 44% seems high. Is that including?
Yeah, I think it's wrong. I think it's wrong.
That seems way high.
Yeah, I'm just looking at that.
I
Joe,
think
thank
that's
you.
total. 44% sounds like it's a total number, not.
Well, I think what happened is, I think basically if you factor in everything, and Greg, you're pretty good at this because you've done it before. But if let me share this page.
And page 1 says 30%, right?
Yeah, it's 30%. Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know where I got the 44. It wasn't another.
Well, I think.
No,
what the doc- I
there's
think-
44 on some page.
Yeah, there's 44 there, and let me just share it. I'll show you. I know what happened here.
Maybe that's what threw me off. It's like we're doubling the size of the house.
Right.
We're not just adding a little.
So this is the page. Can you see this? This is the page that shows 44%. Okay. And I think what the architect is saying is the proposed main house. Okay. And there's always confusion with this under the bylaw. Every architect struggles with this, how it works. But the main house, when it's finished, okay, is going to be 3640. The in-law is going to be 1590. What they're saying is the proposed house is 3640. The proposed in-law is 1590, which is 44% in relation. But it shouldn't be done that way. It should be what's 1590 related to the total of 3640 and 1590. And I think that's there. Where did you see the 30%?
I saw 30% somewhere.
Page 1, right at the bottom, wasn't it?
I thought so.
At least in the sheet we got.
Maybe I got the wrong one on the screen. There's a problem with sharing. Hang on a second.
Mine's dated 11/9. You said
Hang on,
11/8.
Yeah.
So 5230.
Hang on.
Right, because it's 19 of the total thing.
It is 30%. So if you do 1590 divided by the sum of those
there
two
it is.
areas.
You know what? That's my fault. I had shared the wrong one because we had various things. This is the correct one. There's your 30%.
Yeah, that's what I'd seen.
Yeah, I apologize. Is that the date you have that was submitted, the 11/9 date?
Yeah.
Folks? Yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
That's what's in the formal record, yeah.
Certainly 25 to 30 is a lot better than 25 to 44.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, because that suggests you're doubling the size of the house.
Right.
Yeah, and it did make sense because we're not. I mean, it's The in-law in relation to the house, yeah, it's 30%. I'm actually surprised it's that high, but it is.
And again, when we typically look at these and we see topography, we're generally thinking they need a variance because they can't add an addition over here because of ledge, right? We're thinking ledge, terrain. It's, I don't think we typically, or maybe we just don't see too many where it's just the size of the lot. Versus, again, topography, I think of as more changing.
But isn't the variance granting them the permission to do an addition?
Yeah, and to add to that, what the statute says, it's 4815. It says showing of a conditions, especially affecting such parcel or of such building. So, the building, and I've actually had this conversation with town council because, we share information a lot on land use stuff in various towns because we both do it. Building is something that can be considered. So, and it says this imprecise formula was placed in 40A section 10 by a required showing of circumstances, and that's why I said unique circumstances related to soil condition, shape, or topography. So, but that can also relate to the building. So, here you've got a very big house on a very large lot, and in the circumstances, you want to show it's kind of unique, these circumstances compared to others in the neighborhood. So it's unique to this property. It's not just a general issue in the neighborhood. I mean, this is the biggest lot in the neighborhood as I presented. So.
Right. Our bylaw does say topography of land or structures, and especially affecting such land or structures, but not affecting generally the zoning district in which it's located. So this, you could argue the size of this lot is unique, somewhat unique in that area. Maybe not the entire district, but in that area, such that a literal enforcement of the provisions of this chapter, meaning if they had to meet the bylaw, would involve substantial hardship, financial or otherwise. Right. So that's sort of the second prong. So if they didn't add on and had to make the accessory inside the existing dwelling, does that involve a financial hardship or otherwise?
Right? Or other hardship. And as Amy said, I mean, the Magoons are used to living in a larger home. And, they have the room, as Greg said, they're fortunate to have the ability to legally do an addition and not affect anybody. So, I think it would be a hardship not to allow this, considering that it meets the requirements.
Jim, that was you, right? Sorry, I'm not making light of this. I just want to make sure if we're going to get to there, we're comfortable.
And then the third part, I mean, you can weigh each of these, and the third part is without substantial detriment or derogation. So the third requirement, the third prong is that the variance must be predicated upon a finding that the desirable relief may be granted without substantial detriment to the public good and without nullifying or substantially derogating from the intent or purpose of the bylaw. Well, it's certainly not in the detriment of the public good. We've all discussed that. The neighbors support it. Everyone recognizes that this is a good thing that could happen. It's not going to derogate from the bylaw because, as Mr. Topel said, what's the real impact here? The real impact that potentially could happen is the size of an addition in relation to the neighborhood. They meet the requirement. The use isn't an impact here. It's Warren and Grace living out their years in their in-law apartment. They're not going to be. We're not having traffic impacts here or anything like that. So, I would stress to really give some heavy weight to that point because you have the ability to do that in your deliberation.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Any other board member comment, question? think we did actually receive correspondence on this. I'm not sure. Let's see. Engineering division, just something about the I&I fees, Brian. So typical letter or condition. Okay, it's not within the Concom's jurisdiction, so no further review required there, and nothing from the fire department. Usually we get something, but nothing from them. So that's it. For other correspondence. If nothing else, board members, I could open up to the public. If any member of the public is on who wishes to ask a question or make a comment, please raise your hand in the Zoom meeting. We'll entertain that at this time. I see a hand, John Kilpatrick.
Sorry, I was muted. Did I understand?
John, can you just introduce your name, your address, please?
Sure, John Kilpatrick. I'm right next to him in 25 Outlook.
25 Outlook. Thank you, sir.
Right. Did I understand the point made at the beginning that if the house were to be sold at some point, it has to be returned to its original status, or that part confused me a little bit. Maybe I just misunderstood.
Brian, do you want to?
Yeah, I can touch on that, Mr. Kilpatrick. That's a good question because it is confusing. What that basically means is that that's a provision in the bylaw because it was written that way, that the town did not want folks creating in-law apartments and then gradually converting them into two-family dwellings to prevent that. So one of the requirements is that if this is approved, the Magoons would have to file a restrictive covenant at the Registry of Deeds. So if they sell the house, people searching the title are going to know, hey, this is not a legal two-family house. If you want to continue the in-law, you have to qualify and go back to the Board of Appeals for you, the new buyer, to qualify and go through this process again. And when it says remove, it means the kitchen, all kitchen aspects would have to be removed from that accessory apartment. So they could continue to use it as now a family room or some other thing with a single family house, but it could not be continued as an apartment. Does that answer your question, sir?
It did. Thank you very much.
Okay. Anyone else? All right, seeing no other hands, we'll close it to public testimony at this time.
Brian, do we need to go with the variance or the special permit first?
I would say the variance first, Mr. Tabell. And what we're looking for is a variance to under 190.22.7 to allow the addition and allow the finishing of the attic on as a third story, where 2.5 is allowed under table 2, and specifying there's no change in the roof lines.
So the variance is just to finish the third floor.
It's to finish the third floor, but also for the addition.
But there's no variance needed for the addition,
Well,
other than for the square footage of the, and you don't have an accessory apartment yet.
It's from the requirements of 190-22.7, which says the accessory apartment shall not involve the extension or enlargement of the principal dwelling.
But you don't have that yet.
Well, yeah, because we're putting an addition on, we do.
No, you don't have the special permit yet, so you don't have an accessory apartment.
Oh, you want to do?
So how can you vary that?
You want to do the special permit first?
I think we have to, don't we?
I defer to you. I think there's an.
I know, I'm asking you, but I think you can't get a variance for an accessory apartment that you don't have.
Yeah. Yep. I'm okay.
I'm a little confused by all of it, trust me.
No, I think that's fine. I think the special permit is fine.
So Chip, I think we could say there's been a proposal here for an accessory apartment. In order to do that, they've requested a variance with 3 aspects. 1, expanding the footprint of the house. 2, the overall living area would be 30% instead of 25. And 3, they're expanding the attic living space. So where we would be granting a variance of those three aspects of changing the house, and then we could grant the special. Yeah, now I'm coming around to you. Maybe
I'm coming around that we need to have the accessory apartment approved first
and then vary the
with a
requirements.
variance and then vary the requirements of that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I move under 190-22F that we approve a special permit for an accessory apartment as discussed, as presented by the July 15th, 2021 site plan, as well as the drawings from Pegasus dated 11/9/2021 for the Magoons.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, regular voting members, Chip?
Yes.
Dave, pass
Yes.
it on. I'm gonna pass my vote on.
Okay, Jim, you got to tell me that up front. We got to prepare an alternate for this before you just pass the baton. So, but you're not recusing yourself?
I'm recusing myself.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll note that for the record then. Really should tell me up front in the future, guys, if you do that. So Tom, Lucy, you on this? As our most senior alternate?
Sure.
Okay. All right. Regular voting members, except Jim and Tom. Okay, Chip,
Yes.
Amy,
Yes.
Joe,
Yes.
Tom,
Yes.
and I vote yes. So that is unanimous.
So,
All right.
Mr. Chairman, I also propose that we grant a variance for three different aspects. One is to allow the addition to be built to support the accessory apartment. Two, that addition can be built so that it's 30% of the living space as compared to what's allowed as 25, as well as finishing the third floor of the main house into bedrooms, making it, considering that there is no change in the roof line in order to do that.
Second.
Here, if I could just ask, if you could just add that the addition is not, is no intensification of the existing.
And that the addition shows no intensification and that it actually can be done by right if it were not an accessory apartment.
Thank you.
Second.
On the amended motion, thank you, Amy. Any discussion on the amended motion?
Normally, we normally say based on the prongs for a variance? So we can say, just to make sure we.
And that we found,
You're right. I mean,
that we found that based on the shape and size of the lot, and that there was no intensification, that we granted it, or we should grant it,
Second.
based on our findings.
Second. Any more?
Are we done? Okay, so you've covered prongs in the variance, same plan as noted,
Yeah,
and you covered the different variances. Okay.
correct.
Okay, under discussion then, any comments? Okay, the expansion of the attic, duly noted, as Brian said, the variance there is really that we're making it a third floor, right?
Correct, from 2.5 to 3 floors.
Right. It has
Only
nothing to do
because
with
there's
really
no intensification of the roof line.
Right. It really doesn't, it's not germane necessarily to the accessory. It's just the variance is because it's making it a third story.
Well, plus I think because you're doing that, Mr. Chair, you're extending the principal dwelling. Because now you're making it habitable area, so that's kind of all plays in, so.
Yeah, and it feeds into the total floor area calculation. Yeah, you're right.
So it kind of, it's two things. It becomes a third floor, but it's also extending the principal dwelling, which we need a variance for.
Yeah, okay, got it. Thanks for clarifying. Okay, any other discussion on that motion? As amended. All right, same voting members, Chip,
Yes.
Amy,
Yes.
Joe,
Yes.
Tom,
Yes.
and I vote yes. So that too is unanimous. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Moving on to the next new hearing, 22-29, 50 Emerson Street LLC at 50 Emerson Street.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board, Attorney Brian McGrail representing 50 Emerson Street LLC. Chris Dedek is, I think Chris is on. Chris, are you here? I think I see you.
Yeah, I'm here. How's it going?
Chris is the principal of the entity. And this involves application for a special permit under section 190-32 G2 of the bylaw to convert a two-family into a three-family dwelling. This, I guess, is the best way to do is to bring up the site plan. So under 190-32, let me get the site plan up here. Here we go. So under 190-32, I think the board is familiar, but just for the record, under G2, a single or two-family dwelling in a general residence district or business district may be converted to a 3 or 4 family dwelling, provided that the dwelling is located on a lot of 13,000 square feet or more. This property at 50 Emerson easily meets this requirement. It's probably the largest lot in the neighborhood, 17,438 square feet. There has to be a minimum lot area of 3,500 square feet for each dwelling unit, which again at 17,400 meets that requirement. There shall be a minimum floor area of 650 square feet for each dwelling unit provided, which we will bring up the architectural plans in a moment to show that is in compliance. And a special permit shall be obtained from the Board of Appeals. Conversions in the business district shall be granted, puts other requirements. That's obviously not applicable here. And the conversion has to meet all building codes, fire safety, health regulations, and other sections. Chris has had an opportunity to meet with the fire department to go over their requirements. They've asked him to put a sprinkler system in the entire building, which he's prepared to do. He's purchased the property. He's in the process of doing significant improvements. He has, as you can see, he's put a proposed driveway with parking out back, plenty of parking, plenty of room, and still a lot of open space beyond that. The abutter to the rear is the railroad. And Chris has had an opportunity to speak to both the butters and the folks across the street. I don't know if any of them are joining tonight or not, but he's gone over the project with them. And we do have a letter of support from them that we can present. So you've had these before where variances or aspects of these conversions. This is not the case. This actually would qualify for conversion into a 4-family dwelling. It meets all the requirements for that. Chris just wants to do a 3. He's going to create a basement apartment. It's a great opportunity to create a dwelling unit near the railroad, walk to the train station, provide a dwelling unit for somebody to live in, and with the parking, in the fact that the footprint isn't changing, the volume isn't changing, the house won't change at all. It's only going to be improved because of the work he's going to do, I think is a benefit, but it does meet all of the requirements. So that is the site plan. And then just for the record, I'm going to bring these up one at a time. Floor plan. So this is the basement apartment. As you can see, it's stamped. The square footage on that is going to be 1,139 square feet, a good size apartment. So it meets that requirement of 650 square feet. This is the first floor, 1,342 square foot apartment. And this is the final one, the second floor. So it's really still a two-story building because one of the basements is in the apartment. This unit has 1,330 square feet. So I do think, Mr. Chair, it's and members of the board, it's a pretty straightforward application. No variance requested. All the requirements are met. Safety will be improved on the property with a sprinkler system for all of the dwelling units, not just a new one that's being added to the basement. Happy to answer any questions.
Brian, I have some questions. Who is supporting it? Who did he talk to?
Hold on, Michael. Let me bring that up. So the folks, Mike, at 48 Emerson and 52, which are on both sides as you face the property, each side.
Yeah.
And then the folks across the street at 49, McDermott.
McDermott.
So Otting, McDermott, and Scott Lee.
I mean, I normally I wouldn't get into this, but one of the when you're on one of these boards, you get a lot of conversations with people. This one specifically is across the street. I've never met this person across the street from me.
Oh, you're
about
Mike?
About 3 houses down.
Got it.
I know for a fact that there have been early deliveries of dump trucks, early jackhammering, and not a lot of support from across the street. I've heard that the applicant would chase people down the street and say, hey, you, can you sign this? And I know on at least 2 occasions, they said no. Based upon the work that had been already done and how it was done. And quite frankly, just having relationships on the street. So this might be a great project. I'm sure it is. It just hasn't been great work so far. And that's my comment.
Appreciate those comments and your honesty. So thank you.
Thanks, Mike.
Brian,
Other
is
board
there
member?
proper egress from that basement unit?
Yeah. Yep. There is. It will meet building code requirements, Amy.
Right, and I noticed there are building permits on there. What work has been done now? It sounds like it looks like there's been a lot of work being done.
Yeah, so what I think it's probably better, Mike, that I let Chris answer that because he knows more than me. So Chris, can you address board member Feely's, what's going on there at the site, because he's obviously raised some concerns on construction process and where you stand now. So could you maybe talk about what, maybe why don't you tell the board how long you've owned the property, what you've done, in your discussions with some of the neighbors. That will probably be helpful. Do you mind, Chris?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, so we bought the property at the beginning of March, my wife and I. And we initially got permits to fully renovate the first and second apartments because they were in dire need. Once we dug into it, there was some structural issues, so we fixed those as well, just to bring everything up to code and make the house, as nice as we possibly can. And safer for, us and any tenants, etc. And I have a great relationship with Francis and Scott on the left and right. I know I've never met you, Mike, personally. And I apologize for any of the noise and dump trucks, but those have all been well after 7. We always start working around 7:45, 8 o'clock. And I know the city allows for 7 o'clock is the start time. We're always there well after 7. And I, of course, you know, contractors working at the house, the street can get jammed up, but we generally are, you know, just a couple spots in front, and there hasn't been much. We've been doing the work mainly ourselves, so yeah, I don't think we've been that much of a disruption. And you know, I talked to Nancy and John, and you know, they're in full support and they seem okay. I know you said I chased down the person next door. He was, you know, raking his leaves, and it was the only time I could get him. I wasn't going to bother him by knocking on his door, so I found him when he was like, you know, outside in the yard. And
Did you show him plans? Did you show him plans?
I didn't show him plans. I just showed him the petition that said turn a 2 to a 3, and I explained it in detail as much as I could. And I asked what questions he had. He had a few questions about the parking, and I talked about how we want to make the parking, you know, more driveway space for the cars, and the parking shouldn't be an issue. That was his main concern.
I just, I felt I needed to bring that up. I mean, there's a 1-year-old and a 6-year-old across the street, and 6 in the morning with dumpsters, and it did happen a lot. And early jackhammering was a little much.
I mean, I agree the jackhammering sucks. I was the one doing the jackhammering, and I can attest I never did that before 7:45. And I also have a 2-year-old, and not many 1 or 2-year-olds are up past 8 a.m. unfortunately. But yes, jackhammering is not, you know, great, but it needs to be done to make the house safe. And you know, we have
I agree.
for it.
Well, I mean, Chris, I think we can say this. I mean, you know, I think Mike has raised some concerns, and I think we respect them, that we can say to Mike and to the neighborhood that you'll be cognizant of his comments as you move forward if this gets approved. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean,
Yeah.
there shouldn't be any other problems, and there certainly isn't any more jackhammering.
So I guess in summation, Mr. Feely, we hear you.
Well,
And we
how many
respect your
parking
comments.
spaces? How many parking spaces are back there? 6?
Yeah, I'll go back to the site plan, Mike, so you can see. I just wanted to kind of show the size of this lot in relation to the neighborhood, that it's a pretty, you know, obviously 17,000 square feet, and I'll go back to the site plan. There you go, Mike.
I think some of the other concerns involved workers parking on the street. It's a very thin street, so if you park on the side of the road, people adjacent to you cannot, or it's very difficult to get out. And I guess that's part of a worry, in that there would be extra cars here, they would be on the street, and they would make it difficult for people to get out of their own driveways. But that's just my comment. I've said my piece.
Thanks, Mike. No, we appreciate it. Being in a butter and interested party there. So is the proposed cut, has that been worked out with the town, Chris?
Well, the DPW issued a memo on that, Mr. Chair, that it was in their memo that they want to make sure that he's going to meet handicap accessibility requirements. So we're confident that he'll be able to do that.
Okay. Are we saving the tree and avoiding the power line and utility pole? I assume we're going aside of that stuff. So that stuff will remain, right? It's a big tree at the front of the lot, right?
Yeah.
Chris, did you hear the question? I want to make sure you answer it right. So
Oh,
that,
yeah, sorry. Yeah, so the trees to the right and the telephone pole will be basically the start of the driveway, more or less, which will also be on like the right.
Yep.
well, the driveway's on the left, right? I want to, you're talking,
Yeah, yeah. So basically where, like, that's the telephone pole if you move your cursor down a little bit to the left.
right here, right?
Yep, that's the telephone pole,
Yeah,
yep.
yeah, okay.
And the tree is, just at the corner of the house. I'm just saying it's,
Yeah.
everything's taking place over there, out of that
All over
way.
here.
Yeah. Yeah, so you lose some nice side yard, but it is what it is. You're putting in a driveway to accommodate the parking, so. Even as a two-family, that's a lot to ask with that small driveway that exists today. Okay, any board members, any other comments or questions? Okay, we'll open up the public testimony. If any member of the public wishes to ask a question or make a comment, I ask you to raise your hand at this time. We'll call on you. Seeing no hands, we'll close it to public testimony.
Mr. Chairman, based on the site plan presented by Richard Mead dated 6/26/2021 and the testimony heard this evening, I move that we grant a variance on 190/32 G2 to convert the current two-family into a three-family.
You mean special permit, Mr. Tabo?
Special permit, excuse me, it's getting late.
So we had a plot plan and a architectural, right? So
I didn't see the stamp on the architectural.
it was KDS October 1st. KDS, I think is the company. October 1st appears to be the date. And then the site plan there is shown. Medford Engineering.
Right, and that it meets all the criteria, we find that it meets all the criteria.
Okay. All right, so can I get a second on the amended motion?
Oh, second.
Thank you, Amy. Any discussion? All right, regular voting members, Chip?
Yes.
Amy?
Yes.
Jim?
Yes.
Joe?
Yes.
And I vote yes, so that is unanimous. So you have your special permit. Please continue the construction with care and work with your neighbors, Chris.
Yeah, well, Chris and I will talk and we will make sure that we, do the appropriate thing moving forward. And Mr. Feely, if there's any issues in the neighborhood, feel free to reach out to me and I will contact Chris. I'd be happy to do that.
I'll do that. Thanks, Brian.
Thank you, board members.
And the last new hearing, 22-30.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to recuse myself on this one. I'm losing focus totally.
Okay. So this is just so folks know, in case you're not following along on your agendas, 22-30 and 31 Elite Metal Framing and Construction Inc. at 611 Salem Street. So this is across the street from the 610 multifamily we recently had reviewed. So Chip, Greg, or Mike?
Got it. Oh. I don't care.
Fine then. Mike?
I'm willing.
Oh, okay.
I'm in.
All right. Mike, you're in. All right. So Mike's a voting member on this on this one. Okay. So with that, Brian, please take it away. I think you're on this one as well.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, Brian McGrail representing the petitioner, Elite Metal Framing. With me tonight is Waldiri Lima, who is the principal of the entity. He is on the Zoom call, and also John Ogren is here from Hayes Engineering. This, I struggle with to begin with this. This is unique. You might want to pop some popcorn on this one because this has been before the board as a pending matter kind of since like last January, because what facilitated this whole thing was that Mr. Lima he purchased the property and started construction, what he deemed was going to be to construct a small office building for his business, which involves engineering work, really engineering work and consultant work. Has a small number of employees. So he hired an architect and pulled plans and started construction. At the time, there was a little flux in the building department because Mr. Roberto was leaving and there was getting ready to leave. It was just about the time before Jack retired. It was transitioning, going place to an interim building inspector who had been hired that's no longer with the town. This was before Benny hired, and the interim person was working on this project, not Mr. Roberto. And the permit was issued, and the interim person did inspections as construction went on. And my client went on with construction. Sign-offs were obtained, and then basically when Benny took over, he went out to the site and he said, what's going on here? You got to stop. I can't believe what's happening. You're building an office type building, and it's supposed to be a residence, which my client didn't fully understand and hadn't been signed off that way. So a cease and desist was issued, and basically we've been trying to resolve it. I've been in constant contact with Ben on this, with Tom Mullen, and we appealed Ben's order because we had to protect our interests, because you have to do that within 30 days or you lose the right to appeal. Not wanting to appeal, but wanting to resolve this. So that's a pending appeal, and that's why we've continued it. And I've said that we're trying to find a path to resolve it.
Yeah.
So
Just need a few more.
so that's what's happening. And to show you the extent, I mean, it's kind of a little bit baffling, but I think it might help if I kind of show you some pictures kind of early. Well, first of all, I'm going to share some things just to kind of paint the picture. This is, can you see this?
We see your email.
Great. Okay. Oh, you don't see my building permit yet? Okay. How about now, Dave?
We see a building permit.
Great. Okay. So the building permit, this was a building permit that was issued in March of 2019. Okay. Basically, it was done as an addition. It references, not, I guess, a ton of detail, but it was to construct a 30 by 30 foot attached garage with room above. So my client, Lima's on the phone, says he was very clear what he was going to do here. And he started construction and he continually got sign-offs. Then so that kept on going on. And then another permit was issued in December of 2020 to raise the single family dwelling and build a single family dwelling, which is interesting because that can't happen in the district that this is, because where that dwelling was is in the business zoning district, and single family dwellings aren't allowed in the business zoning district. They're prohibited under our current bylaw. So that was issued, and so that that kind of, so there was confusion going on. And as you can see from this permit, as construction was going on, he was getting sign-offs, and it was issued by the then building inspector, who was an interim for Jack and isn't here anymore. Somebody made a note down here on zoning. I don't know what that was all about, but there was inspections that went throughout, foundation, framing, etc. Now, when you see the picture of what was going on, which I'm going to show you now, it's kind of baffling me that it got to the point that it did. DPW actually. So this is what was built. Right here. It's an office. And that's why when Benny came out, you know, after the raising had occurred after Benny came out, because this was torn down. And he said, you got to stop. So, you know, and that's where the confusion lied. And Ben did, I think Ben, you know, did the right thing. He said, you got to take a step back. So basically what we have on site currently is kind of like half an office building. That's it. And, you know, what we're looking to do, and in talking to Ben, and I had a conference with him and town council, is we're requesting, and I'll get into the detail, I'm going to kind of to clean this up. And basically, because a significant portion of this property is zone business, in a good portion of where this building is, we're looking to get a variance. Variances to allow the completion of the construction of what Lemur intended, which was a very small office building, which is only going to be 2 stories, approximately 6,000 square feet, committing to keeping it that. So any variance would have to limit it, that it couldn't be added on to, couldn't go higher, couldn't go bigger. He just wants a place where he can run his business, and it would be limited to the structure that you would allow. So we would respectfully suggest that you could put significant conditions on this, that not allow future expansion, to not allow changes to the use, to make it a multifamily in the future, to really lock this in on what we're telling you that we want to do just to complete the property. So the next that I'm going to bring up is the site plan, which will kind of help give you a picture. So this is the site plan. Hayes Engineering. This is the same plan that we submitted to you, but John did it in color, and John is here. And this shows you the footprint of what was here before. Okay. And this is what my client originally constructed, that modern look building. And this is what has now been raised, and what he's looking to do is really just complete this, and at the end of the day have a 2-story office building. The one good thing that happened here is that my client went to Conservation Commission, because there's wetlands here. We have a river in the back, and we also have wetlands up front that he went there, and John Ogren will touch on this, and he's in very good standing at this point with Conservation. He's done everything that he's required to do with Conservation, and they issued a memo to your board. And so what we're looking for relief is the following. We're looking to, and I've talked to town council and Ben, both agree that your board has the power to do what we're requesting. Hang on a second. What we're requesting is that we're allowed to extend the zoning district line. This is the district line here. Single residence is back towards the highway. I think the board's familiar with this area. It's the way it always is. The significant portion of the lot is in the business district. So we're allowed by right to extend this line by 30 feet. It kind of gets us halfway through our building. We're looking to get a variance to allow us to extend this line to accommodate this building in the business district. So John has highlighted it here. We need 31 feet to get here from the 30-foot extension, 25 to this point, and 19 to this point. So I think if we extended it by another 31 feet or 32 feet, we would be fine. And then he could complete this 2-story small office building and be on his way. The other relief that we need is because we're within the 50 feet to the river bank. We need a variance for that. The house that was there did not comply with that. As I've mentioned, we've been to conservation. And again, John will touch on that. I'm gonna have him kind of talk about what's going on with conservation. And then the other relief we need is from parking under 190-36C. We applied for a special permit. And we have parking in the garage, and we're seeking a relief for parking. We don't meet the parking requirement for the dimension of the building. There's no issue here with the type of business that Lima runs. He's got plenty of parking, very small. He can talk to you about what he does and his employees. And those are the forms of relief that we're looking for. And John, could you maybe just tell the board what's transpired, where we stand with conservation? Johnny there?
He's got to turn his mic on.
You have mute?
Yeah, I think Elaine, there was a letter earlier in the year that Elaine had sent to the board that I think outlined it pretty good. But generally, we went before the Conservation Commission. As Brian said, there's from a wetlands standpoint, there's quite a few resources. There's the Saugus River, there's a pond that's there, and then there's some wetlands out in the front portion of this lot. We did go before them. We did get a order of conditions that was issued back in November 15th of 2018 to basically construct the parking as shown, the driveway, and at that time was the garage. Since then, there was some changes to the footprint of the building. We went back in front of the Conservation Commission last spring and essentially asked them to look at that, this change in the footprint as a minor modification. They did, they voted on that and allowed us to go forward with the revised footprint. That's kind of where we stand from a conservation standpoint. There is one other resource on the property too. There's the FEMA 100-year flood zone. You can see it's listed as elevation 65.0. So there's a lot of constraints, from a wetland standpoint.
I think, one of the advantages of pushing this back is it gets it further away from the street anyways. I mean, you've got 128 in the back. So I think where it's being built makes sense from a wetlands perspective. Conservation's approved it. I can't speak for Ben. I mean, you can ask him. But I think, this is a resolution for something that's just kind of a little bit of a mess. I mean, to kind of go give you a little bit more detail. So it's probably good for you to see this. So this is, because I've alluded to it, so I should show it to you. This is the enforcement order that Ben issued back in December of 2020. This is when Ben went out to the site. And he said, I'm writing my capacity as building inspector. Upon my inspection by the building department in Wakefield 5, you've been issued a cease and desist for failure to comply with 190-23 table of uses, prohibited use in a single residence district, which we just went over. 190H, general regulations, setback from open streams. In no case shall a building or be structure be within 50 feet of the embankment. Legal notice, formal legal notice that the premises stand in violation. You're ordered to cease and desist from such violations forthwith, which he did. Benny, Lima did the right thing. He stopped, and he's been in limbo here for a year. which has caused him some hardship, but he's doing the right thing, trying to get this resolved. The thing that's a little interesting, as I've mentioned, so if you go to just see here. Our bylaw, references, if you go to 190.23, so single-family dwellings, which the permit reportedly was for, and not allowed in the business district. So I think, we're trying to get this resolved. I'm here telling you that, there was confusion on my client's end. So did he make some mistakes here? Probably. I'm not saying he's, I think that, what actually transpired back then, I think is difficult to tell, but so I'm certainly not laying blame on anybody. I'm just saying that we have a situation that I think behooves everybody to get resolved. And I've talked to Tom and Ben, and I think this is the way to get it resolved. And with no impact on anybody. It's a very small building, as I've mentioned, set way back. And the only impact it has on the highway, and it's been situated in a position where it seems that the Conservation Commission is okay with it. I know that's a lot of information, but that's what we've got. So happy to answer any questions.
So what do we got for plans and elevations of this thing?
Okay, so what we have at this point, Jim, because maybe you want more, which we're happy to give you what you need. This is what we've got. So this is, I think, right to about here is what's been built. And this is what he's looking to finish, to complete it.
Right.
Is that right, Lima?
That's
And
right.
what was filed with the building department originally before when the permit was first issued?
There's been some confusion on the plans. I don't know.
It's been filed at the addition, the garage, the attached garage.
This.
Right.
That's what was filed, Jim, because the first permit was to add this.
Correct.
And then the second permit was to raise the
house, the existing house,
which was issued.
Right.
So is there a plan on this thing?
From what perspective? What do you mean a plan?
A floor plan.
Yeah, this
Oh yeah, there's a plan. Yeah, Lima, I got it. I've got it. Let me talk, please.
Right,
so this is the floor plan. Yeah. So these are submitted. So in the first floor, we've got office space on the left side, garage parking over here. And then on the second floor, it's just small office space.
And the office space is for his activity?
Yes.
And the garage is for what?
His activity. He can park there, employees can park in there.
So it's not like a mechanic's garage or something?
Oh, no, it's a parking associated with the building.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I find it curious. The building permit you showed said single family dwelling. Like, if he was building an office, why not say office building? I just curious, the confusion maybe.
Yeah.
If he knew what he was building, I don't know why, anyway, right?
No, I
find that curious, but
yeah,
again, it's 3 years worth of history. I know you've gone back and forth. There's been a lot of the building department and town council but what, if this were coming to us brand new,
yeah,
right, office building in this setting, right, what would we be looking for, board members, right? I mean, he's gone to Concom and done his due diligence there. And is it applicable to the site? Right, it's a business district, mostly. And he's looking to do an office building, right? So he needs a variance to extend that line the 50 feet of the stream, right? And reduction of parking, which is supported by the Concom, right? To make less impervious surface, right?
That's right.
So I don't know that, best use of our time, especially at this time of night, is to try to rehash what has happened over the last 2 to 3 years. I don't know that that serves us well
No,
and brings us much closer to closure. It's knowing that there's some history to this and, potentially confusion and who knows what's gone on for the last 2 or 3 years. What's before us is to see if we can justify these multiple variances so that this project can be completed as proposed.
Okay.
And I mean, circumstances with the lot being in a split zone, Brian. I mean, that
You've got a lot of circumstances in this lot. You've got a wetland floodplain. And the floodplain pushes the building back. You've got a split zone. So, I think you have some unique circumstances here, especially where you, because of the wetlands, there's a lot of wetlands area out front here, which really, John, correct me if I'm wrong, the Conservation Commission wants it back here, right? Well, I wouldn't say they said they wanted it back there, but I can't imagine they want it closer to the wetlands. Is that fair to say, John?
I mean, I don't know that they said that. I mean,
Yeah, I don't want to misrepresent. They didn't say that exactly, but go ahead, John.
I mean, the existing house was back, was set back to the rear of the property. So,
in the single residence part of the district, right? It was in the single residence part.
It was, no, part of it was in the business, Dave.
Well, maybe a little, but maybe it was pre-existing. I don't know, unless we want to go there, but
yeah.
Yeah.
Most of it was though, David, you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah, the front of the lot is where the wetlands and the 100-year flood, majority of the 100-year flood and the pond is out towards, is between the building and Salem Street.
So Brian, what's the hardship here? Is it the fact that you already built a garage, or the fact that you can't really move it back up front because of the wetlands?
Well, yeah, I mean, we just went over the circumstances. I mean, the hardship is that he's got nowhere else to put this.
Yeah.
He's got a half a building constructed. He's under a cease and desist order. And he can't put a single family house where it is because it's in the business district. So, and that's what the permit was issued for him. Is, as the chair said, there's I'm not laying blame on anybody. And is my client, totally not part of that issue that transpired? And I'm not saying that either. So, I just, as the chair said, I just think we have a circumstance here that it behooves everybody to get it resolved. And I think, as the chair alluded to, if this was brought to the board as a new project, it really makes sense. I mean, it really does. It's a modest little office building that really fits there, has no impact, will bring in tax revenue to the town, provide a business a place to be. And by moving that line, we're not saying, oh, well, someday you can build a big multifamily back there. No, we're happy to accept the condition that this variance is related to the construction of this building only. And any modifications or changes have to go back to the board.
One question though, I mean, I like the fact that it's a business use, but what's the problem with it being residential? Just that one little corner that nips the business district?
Yeah.
Just that one piece that makes.
And then the other part too is, where you have access, there's case law that says if you if you cannot have access over a district where the use isn't allowed. So, basically where our access comes across the business lot line,
Yeah.
where single residences aren't allowed there, I don't think I don't think it's legal that you can access through a business district.
So a resident can't drive through a business district to get to his own house?
Yeah, well, I'll look at that requirement because it's interesting, because this is unique. Usually it's the other circumstance that you have someone going through a single residence district to get to their industrial plant in the back of their lot.
Yeah.
But this, and you can't do that. This is a little bit unique because it's a lesser use, but it's not allowed in the district. So
the house was there, either predated zoning or was done somehow, because you're passing through a business zone to get to a house.
That's right.
That was there. Now since raised, but it was there. But now you're in a business zone, you're accessing something in a business zone. And if we find that we can extend that line up to accommodate the perimeter of the building, it's all in the business zone. And
That's
then it's
right.
allowed. Yeah.
Yeah, that won't be a problem. The question that Joe had was, what's the issue with building a single family house there? And I think it would be the corner, but I think potentially it could be the access. I'm interested in the answer on that.
But instead of moving that line 30 feet back and then another 30 feet back, you could technically move the business line forward 10 feet, right? To the street to open up the single residence, or no?
Oh, yeah, you could do it that way. Yeah.
No, you said a business can't be.
No, what Joe's saying is if you guys said, hey, build a single family house back there, I'm saying you can't access. Joe's saying, well, you could move the business line forward to allow you to access, right, Joe? That's.
Well, I mean, if you still said you couldn't move it all the way to the street, I guess you could move it all the way to the street, but if you just moved it enough to get that corner of the house into the single residence zone,
Well,
but
actually,
then you're saying the driveway is not going to make it.
I don't think you can actually move the single residence district line, because what the bylaw says is you can move the less restrictive district, which is business, can be moved 30 feet.
Oh,
It doesn't say that the more restricted district can be moved. So I don't think you can move the single residence district. Initially, my answer was you could, but I think thinking it through a little bit more, I don't think you can.
Right. We also have a new letter from Eric Sherman, the town engineer, right? Civil engineer. Brian, you have a copy of that?
I do.
Okay.
Yeah, he's the one that sent the letters and.
Yeah, well, I have the old file here that was here, and then this new one, right? So there's a new letter here. And he has some pictures and some history and freezing water pipes, and again. So I just think if we move forward with this, then the remaining construction, straight and narrow, according to all the building codes, the right way, with the engineering department, with the building department, right? No more misunderstandings, no more questionable building tactics here. You know what I'm saying? It just.
So the interesting thing is, what Joe had mentioned on the split lots. So I just looked it up. In Harrison v. Building Inspector Braintree, the SJC reviewed access within split lots. The lot in question was primarily zoned for industrial, but a small portion extended into an adjacent residential district. The owner constructed a factory on the industrial zone portion of the lot. The only access to the public way for the factory was via a residential zone portion of the lot on a driveway. When 400 employees and service vehicles began using the residential portion to enter the premises, neighbors complained that the use of the residentially zoned portion to access the interior industrial zone portion was a violation of the more restrictive district. The court ruled that the use of the land in a residential district in which all aspects of industry are barred for access for roadways for adjacent industrial plant violates the residential requirements. In essence, the court ruled that the access strip assumed the character of its destination. Since all aspects of industry were prohibited in the residential district, industrial access was tantamount to a precluded industrial use. So I think that potentially could play here, that you can't access through the business district for single residence use because it's not allowed, potentially. It's interesting.
Okay, so with the extent that, what's the bylaw that we'd be varying for this to extend that business district line?
190-9.
Oh, right. We don't go here that often. Shall not extend more than 30 feet into the more restricted portion, provided that the lot has the required frontage on the street in the less restricted district.
Which we have.
You have it in the business district.
Yeah, the
40
less
feet.
restrictive district, we only need 40 feet and we've got 170.
Right, okay. So that is 190-9, 50 feet of the stream. That has come up before, what is that, 30?
190-31.
30. 31.
H.
Yep. H. And the reduction parking is
190-36C.
Yep. Okay. And based on the requirements of, based on this building, how many parking, right there, your calculations, so
Calculation hit the bottom here.
it should have 24, given the calculations.
We've got 10.
24.
John, how wide is the driveway, John, that was allowed to get from conservation?
It's 12 feet wide.
Yeah, so we need relief from that too, Dave, because it's 12 feet, you need 24 feet, so that's under 190-36C too.
24 to 12, okay. And how far is it from the stream? You said it's within the 50. Where's the
It is, it's 21 feet to the bank, right, John?
Yep, that's the closest point.
21 feet, okay. Okay. All right, board members, any other comments, questions on this one? Okay. We'll open up the public testimony. If anyone has a comment or question, please raise your hand. The numbers are dwindling. Seeing no hands, we'll close with the public testimony.
Can I make a comment from the public? I just want to say that I spoke with the owner at 603 Salem Street, which abuts just to the west of this property, and he would like to speak in favor of this project.
And who's that owner, John?
That would be Peter Ogren.
Your father.
Correct.
I think there's a conflict of interest there. Okay, thank you, John. Anything else, board members? All right, so Brian, it's one variance request, right? There's only one application,
That's right.
but there's essentially 4 prongs to it, or 4 different.
Well, there's 2. There's the moving of the district line under 199. But John, well, 31 feet, what do we need for feet, John?
Yeah, 31 feet.
Should we get like an extra foot?
How much
just
further we need to extend that?
Can we say 30, request 35 feet to give us some breathing room?
Nope.
I would say that's a good idea.
I mean, the building's gonna be locked in anyways.
Garage is already built, isn't it?
Garage is built, yeah. Did you tee it off of the garage? What, John?
I'm sorry.
The chair is saying the garage is already built and you've designated 31 feet. So why do you need more?
Says 32 on the plans, on the site plan.
Where?
From the.
Yeah, the one we have, the paper one does, the one on the screen set doesn't.
Geez, I'm having a bad day with the screen. So, John, this is the color one you sent me today. Did you make a mistake on this 31?
I don't know. I'm not sure why that's different.
You guys looking from the edge of the single residence zone up to the corner of the garage? I see 31 in that.
Are you looking at the color one?
The one they sent us is 32.
The one I submitted, they're saying is 32, John.
Yeah.
Paper one, Dave.
32 is correct.
Oh, you're having a bad day, John, not me.
Yep.
Thank you to the board member that picked that up.
Are you saying, board members, that pink line next to the word garage says 32 in your copy?
Yeah.
Yeah, what happened was the paper copy we submitted with the application, Dave, says 32. Today, John sent me a color rendition of that. By mistake, he's got 31 on it. Any idea how that happened, John? That's interesting.
Well, it's on the revised copy of December 2nd or December 3rd is changed from what was given to us. Paper copy on November 16th.
Right. The copy in the file that I have in front of me is dated December 3rd and says 31, which agrees with what you're showing on the screen. So, John, what's the real one? What's the right one? The one dated December 3rd that we're looking at?
The one we have is November 16th.
No, the revised plan is.
Well, I sent one in. I emailed the revised plan on Friday.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep, that's the email. Yep.
I sent that to the board members on Friday. It was different than what I revised. I updated it Friday before. All right. So the paper one you have is different. So John, what's the right?
This should be 32 feet.
So even though you revised this on December 3rd, it should be 32 feet, not 31.
Yeah, I think it truncated it. Well, the first time I did it, I rounded it up. And then must have done it again and didn't round it up.
Is the 21 feet to the bank correct, or does that 32 make it different now?
No, that's still 21.
Okay.
But that that's plus or minus because it's to the bank of the river.
Yeah, I got it. Okay.
Right, so we need to vary that, extending that 32 feet now. You need to be 21 feet close within the stream, right?
Yep.
And then there's two aspects to the parking, reducing the parking to 10 spots and the driveway width.
Yeah, but that's under the special permit 190-36C.
Why am I not seeing that application in here? Oh, sorry, stuck together.
Thank God.
My apologies. So those are under, okay, so there's multiple votes. 2 under the variance, 2 under the special permit.
No, that's the only relief we need under dimensionally, right? That you see according to your chart.
You included the width of the driveway?
Yes, no setback issues, right?
No, not to property lines,
No
no.
lot coverage, floor area ratio, none of that.
Nope.
Okay.
good on open space, building height.
Okay.
Okay, anything else, board members? Okay. Someone ready to make a motion? You captured all that? No? I'll give it a try. I move that we grant a variance for the proposed office building on the site in accordance with plans dated December 3rd, 2021 from Hayes Engineering, owing to circumstances of the site's topography, I think specifically, to allow the applicant to extend the business district 32 feet beyond the 30 feet allowed by section 190-9, and for the building to be within 50 feet of a stream in accordance with 190-31H, and that would be 21 feet instead of the required 50. And I think, was it just the site plan? No, we had architecturals as well. Of course, with that site plan and architectural plans by design by Sammy LLC. They dated February 20th, 2020, Brian?
I'll bring those up in a second.
I think that's the date I have in mind,
Hang on. Let's make sure.
just to make sure I get the plans right.
Yep. Blow it up.
It's up in the top right corner, I think.
Just make sure. Hold on. Oh, shit. February 2020. Yeah.
With the condition that the building shall not be, shall be constructed as shown on the plans and shall not be extended beyond what is shown without further relief granted by this board.
So moved.
That is my motion.
Okay, so moved.
Thank you. Second, can I get a second on that?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, voting members, Amy,
Yes.
Joe,
Yes.
Jim,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
and I vote yes. So that's unanimous. So now the chair will entertain a motion to grant the special permit for said construction of the office building as shown on the previously referenced plans to reduce the parking from the required 24 spaces to 10 per 190-36C, and the driveway width from 24 feet to 12 feet, also in accordance with 190-36C. Same conditions.
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Same voting members, Amy,
Yes.
Joe,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
Jim,
Yes.
and I vote yes. So that two's unanimous. Okay. Relief granted. Please proceed.
Thank you.
Okay, other matters. 198 Albion Street, pre-app meeting.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I know it's getting late. I think we can be pretty efficient on this. This is just a pre-application meeting on a project that a client of mine is considering at 198 Albion Street. We wanted to present it to the board to talk about what you might want to see in the site plan and what you would think about the architectural plan. So the client is Giancarlo Taberri, who is online with us. And also Peter Ogren is here, who is his architect, and John Ogren is his site civil. This property is at 198 Albion Street, as you mentioned. It's the laundromat, which is across the street from 7-Eleven. Does that ring a bell?
Yep,
So,
right across the street from Harvard Mill.
correct. And, you know, it's a nice site. I think kind of needs a facelift. So it's the old Lake, you can see it now, the old Lake Street laundromat, which kind of sits between Wakefield Crossing and Harvard Mills, right at the corner of Lake Street. Nice lot. It's kind of got some odd shapes to it that John will go over. This is kind of what's going around there. You've got businesses across the street. You've got Pizza Express. And then you also have 3-story multifamily, some businesses that operate here. So Giancarlo has his property under agreement. He's got some significant development experience, in particularly in Boston, where he's done projects like this, and he brings a unique flavor. He's not looking to maximize the density on this site at all, as you'll see. He's looking to construct, which I think will be a very attractive mixed-use building with a nice streetscape with some retail on the street on the first floor and 8 residential units above. Not looking for any variance from the affordable requirements. One of the units would have to be affordable. And we met quite a bit on this, and his goal here is to build something that would really fit with the neighborhood and with the mill flair, almost like a North End type looking building that would, you know, really kind of, you know, fit, and maybe have a nice bakery or something on the first floor that would attract some people. So with that said, Peter, could you I'm going to have you go first, Pete, and then we'll have John kind of show the site plan because the lot's unique. Are you there, Peter?
All asleep.
Peter, did you fall asleep? Wake up.
No, I'm not asleep. I was looking on my computer to find the drawings.
Asleep.
Do you have them, Brian, that you can bring up?
Yeah, I have them. Yeah.
Okay.
The elevation you want?
Yeah, please.
I've been having bad luck, so if I bring up the wrong plan, let me know.
I will.
Yeah. The preliminary packet, right?
Yes.
Okay.
No picture, Peter? We can't tell whether you're asleep or not.
No, I'm still here. Still awake.
Okay.
Napped a little bit in between.
Oh,
there you go.
Interesting.
I was trying to do something very traditional with brick, some limestone low. You can see the commercial area on the left here. The lobby to the building is immediately after this person walking. And there's one unit on the first floor. The other units sit up above. And the building curves, you'll see when we get to the floor plan with the curve of the street, with the curve of Lake Street.
Tell the board whose idea that was, Peter.
That was Brian's idea.
Thank you.
So here we are. We show retail under 1,000 square feet here on the left, some storage and utility laundry in the back, exit to the rear parking, unit 1 on the first floor, an elevator, and a set of stairs going up with a foyer. Then the next floor, we're showing 3 units, 2 1-bedroom, 1 2-bedroom. Obviously, the 2 ones on the left, the 2-bedroom on the right, and this repeats again on the 3rd floor. Yeah, with the 3rd floor. It's so again very loosely laid out, but
got our circulation, got our square footages of the units, tried to make sure that we could fit them in there in the footprint that I worked on with John, and he's going to show you that with the site plan. It's 65 by 45.
John, what's a lot area, John?
Give me 1 second. It is
Fall asleep.
about 15,200 square feet.
Yeah. So if you look at we spent a lot of time and Giancarlo, who's here, I give him credit because my advice to him was, I said, I thought that a 3-story building was appropriate here with what's across the street. And I said, you really, I think you need to make this fit with everything that's going on with style. I mean, and I don't think you should go for, the maximum density. The maximum density here is 20 units. So if somebody came in and wanted to say, I need to get everything I can out of this site. And he said, he said, my goal is not to do that. My goal is to build a real tasteful building that I think I'll get really good rents with nice units that are going to be in a beautiful building and will fit well. So I just want to give you an idea of how the density, layout, 8 units compared to 20. So
What's
John,
the
do you want to?
Site plan?
Yep, John's going to bring it up. Funky lot.
So can everyone see that?
Yep.
So yeah, it's somewhat challenging lot, just obviously due to the shape. You have Lake Street to the east, Albion Street to the north, it's on the corner. In terms of trying to get circulation on this lot, just due to the shape, seemed to work out the best that we basically have a one-way coming in off of Albion Street, parking here, there's 4 spaces here, 3 spaces here, then exiting out onto Lake Street. We do have, I believe, 6 spaces of parking to the rear here. We will need some relief for the aisle width with this parking, just because it starts to narrow down.
How do you handle trash?
Inside. Wheel it out.
So you're planning on the retail, basically, what happens with parking for them?
They're not required any because they're under 1,000. We're looking at this retail as really like a walking thing.
Yeah.
Like a coffee place or, something small, not where people are gonna, people going on the train or coming back from the train.
So that's the reason for the retail only being on the corner. If any greater than that, it's going to be required to have more
You would
parking.
need more. Yeah. Yeah.
Because I was looking at this and saying, it's with the activity that could be generated in the surrounding neighborhood with Harther Mills and 69 and some of that other stuff. I think there's an opportunity for 2 retail spaces basically here.
Well, Giancarlo is open to that, but again, it would require parking. I mean, if you don't think parking will be an issue, we could seek relief for that. But
Well, I don't know that parking would be
well, that's why we didn't do it.
Not be an issue, basically.
Yeah. And at the end of the day, I think just about 1,000 square foot retail is a nice thing here. It's not overkill. It's really going to be, as you said, walking business for people in Harvard Mills and on Foundry Street. And if you put the right use here, it could really generate some good walking traffic, which I think is a goal of the town, and kind of fill the old Brian Falvey thing, a missing tooth, with this little laundromat vacant type lot there with a very tasteful looking building.
No, it's a beautiful building, basically.
Peter, can you go back? John, can I have the screen back?
Yeah.
I mean, just on the, we'll need to think about parking. It's a pre-app, so we're not going to get to it, but I want to think about that, the parking and traffic flow and one ways, just see how that's going to work, directing people. but we can look at that. But yeah, just the concept is interesting.
I think it's fantastic. I just think that maybe more retail would be good, but and I think it would survive down there because it's going to become more and more active down that way.
Well, they can think about it again. This is just.
No, we can. It's just, you know, that's the feedback that we wanted but as far as site stuff, you know, there's a lot that needs to be looked at here. You know, we understand that, but the general texture of the building is going in the right direction.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Excuse me, Brian, in regards to site though, I don't think we can wait. We need to know if there's any gas lines, water lines.
Oh, yeah.
Easements. I don't think we can.
No, you can't. We're not looking for you to waive anything on that, Chip. No, I understand it.
You know, it's a complicated corner, I think. So we need to know what's going on.
Yep.
Okay, anything else, board members?
No.
That's all we needed.
Yep. When do you foresee this maybe application starting sometime early next year?
Giancarlo, what are your thoughts on?
We just want to have the pre-meeting, and then I'm scheduled theoretically close sometime in January, but there's some flexibility on that. So obviously I appreciate everybody's time as well. So thank you for staying late with us and listening to us. I appreciate it. But it would be definitely first quarter 2022, but there's a little bit of flexibility with that to make sure we, dot our I's and cross our T's,
Sure. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Well, sounds like you got some good feedback from the board. So yeah, looking forward to a formal project, and we'll dive into the details then.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, board members, last item on the agenda, 21-70 and 71, 11 Coolidge Park, Joseph and Mary Martin, who are hopefully still awake. Request for minor modifications. So appreciate you guys hanging on this long, but do you have something to share with us? I think there were some updated plans submitted to us.
Yes. Hi, my name is Chris Crump, CWC Design. I'm representing the clients, better known as Kathy and Bo Martin at 11 Coolidge Park in Wakefield. If it will please the board, I'd like to get as direct and straight to the point as possible in lieu of how late it is right now. If I can share my screen real quick.
You should be able to. Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you. And can we see this?
Yes.
Okay, so this is the existing site plan. Coolidge Park, here's the existing house plan right here. Just to recap what we were already approved on, I believe it was May 12th of this year. We went for a variance to put an addition on the back side of this area here and a small addition on this side, but this one was fine. And so this was the proposed site plan. Basically, this addition right here was an extension of the existing side portion of the house. It was approved, and the small addition on this side. It was approved. The house is on a corner lot, so this is Coolidge Park that actually turns the corner right here and goes down in a little loop area right here. What happened is we had the dates on the drawings that were approved. I believe it was January 15th, and the original plan. One second. So the original, this is the existing house as it is now. And then when we did the plan that was submitted on January 15th for the board, the roof line was like similar to this, keeping the existing roof line of this addition on the side of the house and putting a flat roof over here. This is a little deceptive in the fact that the roof line that you see up here is the roof lines beyond. So the addition on this side of the house where it impedes on the setback, on the side setback. This is the existing roof line, and then we were just adding a flat roof, mainly because this window right here, we are trying to keep that intact, and there was a funky little inset here in the roof line to be able to make that window possible. And so after the fact, we were concerned about the flat roof being here on this back addition. So we decided to change, we thought it would be best, oh, shoot, great, hold on 1 second. So we decided to change the roof line and take out that window and simply change the roof line to this on the side of the house. And when we were at our hearing, nobody else was there opposing the project. It's on the corner lot, and the owners do have good relations with all their neighbors in the neighborhood. So it's a minor modification to the already approved variance to the house. It's just a roof line change, a slight roof line change. Again, I can going from that to that. So that's what we're here for, to make that minor modification to the roof line, and that's it. The footprint, everything else remains exactly the same as it was approved on May 12th.
Okay. Thank you, Chris.
Okay.
Board members, any questions?
As presented, I think it's fine, personally.
Yeah, it's just a different roof line and we lose a window on that second floor, right?
Correct.
What happens on the back side of this when all the other roofs come into the back half of this project?
This is the back
There
side.
we go. That's what I'm
This is the
curious
back
about.
elevation of the house.
Is that gonna be a snow catch area? Do we like that roof line
And here,
right there?
we can address that and make that, but this would be far within inside the setbacks of the property. Any modification to this roof line right here, it's basically this area right here that is inside the setback of that house. So if the client,
Right, but by doing what you're doing, you're creating a problem. I see it as a problem.
And if it becomes that, if we do see that as being an issue, we can adjust that roof line so it wouldn't be a hip, it would just come over and continue over.
And what's the reason you wanted to do this change?
Basically, the flat roof before, they were concerned about having to go up there in heavy snows and heavy wet snow and having to shovel the roof off. So they forego that second floor window to be able to have this roof line completely sloped all the way down to the back.
Okay.
Anyone else? So can you just go through those dates again? Because
So, yep, go ahead. I'm sorry.
no, the one that says design set that in our package says January 15th.
Yes,
Permit set says May 12th.
correct. And that's where Ben said, you're probably gonna need a modification, a minor modification to this when he saw the differences in dates. And I believe he said that someone from the board was in his office at the time and just double checked with them, and they said, yeah, you should probably go in front of the board again.
Okay, because the decision references the January 15th plans.
Correct.
But then you went in for building permit and the building set had a different.
Yep.
This updated plan. Okay.
Correct. Yep.
Okay.
Wonder who that was.
Whoever hangs out in the building department.
It's a groupie.
Wannabe.
Right. So, if there's nothing else from the board, we can open up. Well, no, minor modification. I don't think we need public input on that. I'm not sure there would be anyway. So we just need a motion to
I
consider
move
this.
that we, as presented to us this evening by CWC Design in regards to the roof line change, that we deem it a minor modification.
Second.
Any discussion? Let's see, it's probably the originally voting members, right? It's on the decision. It is Dave, Jim, Amy, Joe, and Tom, actually. So why don't we stick with that? So, although Chip, you just made the motion.
Doesn't matter, I don't think.
Yeah, I don't think so. Jim,
Yes.
Amy,
Yes.
Joe,
Yes.
Tom,
Yes.
and I vote yes. Okay,
Thank you very much, everybody. Have a good night.
thank you. Thanks for hanging on.
It almost feels like if we knew that that was that simple, you should have gone first.
Right.
Yeah.
I wasn't gonna say anything, but
You're
Sometimes
supposed to
we
be
do.
off by now.
yeah. All right, I'm going to bed. Good night, everybody.
Right.
Yeah.
Sometimes I know, other matters.
Sometimes we pick
I
up on it.
know.
Yeah.
Sometimes we do. All right. Any clerk or board comments this evening? Anything going on, folks want to raise?
No.
Okay.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Are we gonna have a Christmas party afterwards? Everybody contemplate it. We'll talk about it the 12th.
Okay.
Sure, absolutely.
Sounds good.
We have some minutes to approve from November 17th as expertly written by our,
I move that we approve the November 17th minutes.
Second.
any discussion? Chip,
Yes.
Amy,
Yes.
Jim,
Yes.
Joe,
Yes.
Tom,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
thank you. We lost Greg, I think.
I was gonna say, we just lost someone. Okay.
No, we lost him earlier. He texted me, he had to drop for
Oh.
some family matter, kids.
Very nice tree, Gail.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. You can see it.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
All right,
I
well,
move that we adjourn.
I'll
Yes.
do my new puppy first.
Oh, hi,
bye.
puppy.
Oh,
He's a rock star.
oh, he's so
Cute.
cute. Yeah.
So
What
tired.
happened?
Wait, he
What
even wants to
happened?
go to bed.
Where's the Boston Terrier?
She died.
Oh.
Yeah.
Bye. Good night.
Bye.
Oh.
All right.
All right, good night, everybody. Have a good
All
Christmas.
right.
Yeah, Merry
Everyone's adjourned.
Christmas. Good night.
Merry Christmas
you.
to all.
Right. Merry
We'll talk to you all
Christmas.
soon.